Hello everybody. Hello everybody. Sorry about that. Hello everybody. Hopefully I'm not hopefully my voice sounds good. But yeah, here on Xplane 12. I swear I'm gonna probably be on Xplane 12 for a little bit. But yeah, so Xplane 12 is pretty nice. I'm actually just using a little bit of this time to like just relax. You know, those of you who know I'm still at school and stuff like that, so I do have things to do, you know, socializing as well. I am gonna be heading out to the doctor and stuff tomorrow, and a lot of things. So yeah, I'm actually here, trying to do these lives today and stuff. And actually, it was a good time because I was like, you know, tomorrow will be a good time. I'm not using my peripherals. I just got some peripherals, so I'm not using that. But yeah, so shout out to you guys for actually being here today. All of you who actually who's actually here. I did put up a question on the live, so I don't know. Yeah, and I am probably gonna put up because I'm gonna put up the data as well. Hey Tony, man, how good to see you. Yeah, that bot running, Jose. Bot running, learn how to customize watch. Anyways, yeah, the bot's running. Yeah, so yeah, in Xplane 12, and yeah, I'm gonna try and get things off and running. The real world flight actually kicks off within like about a few minutes time. So we're here in Boston, and you guys can see in Boston it looks absolutely wonderful right now. Are we gonna put up the sounds here a little bit? No. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna probably put it all the way up, and let me see what are the sounds. All right, here we go. All right, so put these sounds up. So yeah, so you guys can see a lot of traffic here. So got quite a lot of traffic. So this is live traffic, man. It looks really nice. Yeah, like I said, just gonna be running. I have school and stuff to do, but yeah, today is a good day to actually show all of it. So we have an aircraft coming from Boston to Montreal. Is that Montreal? Yeah, CY. So he's going down to Montreal, and that is an E. So you can see the name on it. So it's an E75. So it's an E-jet, and yeah, it's a Jazz. So it's a Jazz 609, and this is live traffic. So if you look on the stuff here, so if we look for Jazz, where is it? JZ. I'll have to go all the way down. Yeah, man, Jesus Christ, man, they got so many here. But yeah, you could see all of the list there of aircrafts and stuff, man. It's so many aircrafts, so many aircrafts here, man. Jesus, man. Woo. So I specifically chose Boston because I was like, Boston, I'm gonna be able to see all of this traffic stuff here. And yeah, man, it's a lot of traffic. It's an absolute nightmare. Well, not a nightmare, but you guys can see that. Jesus. Yeah, look at the amount of traffic here. So guys, if I am not saying a lot, I apologize. And yeah, it's quite a lot going on here. Literally quite a lot going on here. So I'm using Xplane 12.3, and I'm actually using the live traffic. So hopefully the live traffic actually, well, as you guys can see, it's working pretty fabulously here. And yeah, man, it looks really wonderful. So I have 2 screens up and 2 lives. So I put it a question like the VATSIM live traffic or multiplayer traffic, whichever one you guys like. I don't know what you guys like, but look at this traffic here. So we have a couple aircrafts around. So probably let's have a little bit of a look around. Ooh, look, a nice JeppView just landed. That's a BC. Yeah, so we got a few other traffic here, obviously. Yeah. So what's that? JeppView E75. It's 42 E170. Let me see. Yeah, it's literally as just now. Just now. Yeah. Yeah, so just now I'm just looking at some other stuff here. So it's gonna be, obviously I'm, you know, socializing and doing other things as well. So yeah. Ooh, look at a lot of the Americans over here, man. Got a lot of traffic over here. But I'm using the XCSL as models and stuff, but some of them obviously rendering a little bit lower quality and stuff. But yeah, look at the amount of traffic, man. And this is gonna be real well ups today. So yeah, we do have much traffic. Yeah, so don't mind the quality, is only because like I turned on my settings and stuff. So and I have turned down a lot of the settings and stuff, so at least we're able to get traffic. Look at the amount of traffic we're seeing here. These are A330 and I see C17750. Yeah. Here you go. Yeah, I do have a lot going on here. So yeah, I'm literally juggling between a lot of things. So I'm not gonna waste much time. Let me see. Yeah, literally I'm not gonna waste much time. Yeah, it's quite a lot going on here. Let me see. Oh, you said auto alpha? No, I'm not using auto alpha. Sorry, man. Okay. I said guy. Yeah. Sorry, man. I've got two screens and I actually didn't even realize. I say, hold on. OMG and English stream. Why a lot of traffic? Yeah, live traffic, using the live traffic. Sorry, man. Yeah, losing the live traffic. Literally quite a lot of traffic here. But the Flightsim, oh, there we go. That's Volanta. So the traffic here is actually Flightsim traffic and Volanta traffic. But I mean, I know it's nice to see actually Flightsim traffic and stuff, but I was like, do you guys actually like Flightsim traffic, Volanta traffic? But I was like, you know what? It's probably nicer to see a little bit more of actual traffic at the airport, because they're gonna have so much more at the airport, and I'm like, this is absolutely crazy. So if I use the plugin, so if I go to the settings of the plugin, you can see here. So these are some of the free ones there, but you have to have an account and stuff like that, and a token as well. Press live and then you put some of your CSL stuff, which I do have the packages here. And yeah, so it's good. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, so let me just try to get things off and running, because I am in a Delta. Jeez, man, look at the amount of stuff that's going on here, man. Got A330 here, 737, E170 just took off, literally. And here is the Jazz. Couple of the aircrafts around, obviously not couple, quite a lot. And my aircraft is over there, so we have a Delta. Just now. Oh, there's birds. Look at some birds. Got some birds. Yeah. Just now. Oh, yeah, my aircraft is over there. Yeah, just now. Alright, so yeah, so I'm not going to be talking plenty much, but I mean, you guys can actually see. So let me try and get myself off and running, because a real world flight, which actually is a Delta, and I believe it's the Delta 77, which is supposed to be the 776, but this is going to render a certain amount of traffic and stuff like that. So big, I bet. Why am I hearing a helicopter? Is there a helicopter or something? Oh, is that it? There's a helicopter. Nice. We have a helicopter here, man. Jeez, nice. Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, so it says 50 aircrafts have reached, because I kept this up to 50. So yeah, I don't want too many traffic. I don't want to show too many traffic, because, you know, I don't want my frames to run down and stuff like that. I said Delta 747, yes, man. Not A380, yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna try and get this off and running, man. Good to actually see all of this traffic, man. Let's try and get out of here, man. Here's an American, yeah. It's an E75 again. You can actually change all of this stuff, yeah, in the settings. Not change it, sorry, I meant if you go to, that's my VisualXp, which I'm actually using. Let me just show you guys as well. Let me put this up here. And yeah, visual. So I'm actually using the atmospherics. I'm not using clouds, I'm not using water. I have the scenery and I also have the weather. So this is giving me the weather and stuff. So at the moment, QNH is 3002. Oh, it just changed it a little bit. So it does this updates. I normally put it on actually 10 NOAA, and then in that way, if I put this meta for every, I'll put it for every half an hour, so in that way to read the meta every half an hour. And then what I could do from here, this VisualXp, I could just put recheck. Alright, and then I'll just put apply now. It might pause the sim here for a little bit. Alright, so yeah, I have the ultimate pack. So now now where I reset it, because I wanted to apply in 10 minutes instead of like 1 minute. That's just gonna take too much strain on my system. So here we go. So the weather and everything is all imputed, so it's gonna change every 10 minutes or so. Alright, so yeah, I have 2 streams running, man. So guys, I've got some work and stuff to do. Yeah, so I'm just doing this so I can go and start my studying again, man. My brain is fried after today, I'll tell you that. Like, my brain's so fried. Yeah. And it's now. Yeah, my brain a little fried. Like, no lie, no joke. My brain a little fried because of all the things I had to do, man. Jesus, like up and down today, and then studying and all that kind of stuff, man. So yeah. Where is the Delta, man? I'm looking for the. Here it is, guys. You see the Delta 776? This is the one that goes from Boston. So you guys see that, and that's my flight actually. And I'm actually parked there. So yeah. So you guys can see this Delta 776. So he's already pushed back. So yeah. So we're gonna get things off and running. I'm in the aircraft, and I do have a walk around stuff, which I'm gonna get the walk around here. So here it is. Oh, actually, sorry, not this one. Not. Let me hide the widget. I don't need that. This is the thing here, which is the walk around. So I'm gonna start walking around here, guys. Let's go and see the passengers. All right, so I can put this off. Let's get up and let's just walk around here. Here we go, and let's see everybody inside of there. All right, so yeah. Hopefully everything is all well here. Yeah, man. Jesus. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Jesus, guys. How are you doing? 747? Yes, it is. 747, 800. Jeez, I'm just walking around here. I can even run, man. There we go. Yeah, there we go. He's walking around here nicely. Jeez, good to see him. I can actually have him to duck and stuff like that. Alright, so let's get things off and running, because the real world one already. Ooh, alright, let's just go in your seat. Get into your seat here. Sit down in your seat. Alright, so you ready? Alright, so let's get the show. I'm gonna press escape. Into his seat there. 747, yes it is. Alright, into his seat. Nice. Alright, so I'm just getting stuff off and running there. So like I said, today's gonna be real world observation. I already had everything off and running, I believe. Yes, I already had all of that. So I'm just gonna be setting up the everything else. The route is already in, so I don't have to go and do any of that. Alright, so there we go. And I'm gonna start the APU because I'm gonna be kicking off not too long again. So everybody's on board. I'm gonna put the anti-collision lights on because we are looking to go and start. Oh, there we go. Alright, so that's gonna close all of that. Alright, so yeah, it's good so far. Was that cabin? Yeah, that was a cabin, yeah. Alright, so give me a second here. Nice. Let me just change this music here. Let me give you guys something nice here for a second here. Alright, so we're gonna get this on, and like I said, this is real world ops, so guys, hopefully today everything goes well. Right, so here we go. We have our everything is all set here. Cost index, everything is all checked. Going up 360, 78. Cruise wind, which we are gonna put it on because everything is already set. Here we go. Set route data and load the route, load the winds, and cruise winds on. All right, so yeah. Going on into, and hopefully you guys can see on the Volanta, going on into which I'm gonna actually put over here, so you get, yeah, did that from there. All right, so I'm just get things off and running here. Okay, so I'm gonna go first and foremost, make sure all the doors, actually close this door. All right, and let me see, we'll keep all of this stuff on for now. Weights and balance, make sure everything's all good, which actually the weight supposed to be, if I go back to Avitab, sorry, go back to where I normally have my stuff, which is in docks. Which one is it? We're Boston to Miami. I will come back on you guys. Sorry if I'm not socializing much, but just quite a lot going on here. So is it Dawn, Flight 11? Yeah, guys, but thanks for subscribing, all of you guys, for actually being on here. Yeah, man, I know my bot has been a little bit wonky, but yeah, that's my bot for you. Anybody want to vote, guys? If you get a chance to vote, man, please do. We'll track down the real world flight and see what he doing. What they doing, sorry. Alright, so we got our reserves. Let me see, what is the reserves? Alright, here we go. The reserve fuel is 2.7. Okay, good. 2.7 on the reserves. Now what else? 2.7 on the reserves. Let me put 2.7. And let me see, what was the zero fuel weight? It's supposed to be 55.9. So I'm actually, I think it doesn't check it out. Yeah, so we actually have to add that in. Is that 10,000? 55. Let me see. There we go. 53. I still have to put more. 12. There you go. Alright, there we go. So use that. 55. We'll update it. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, no ADC here because I'm using actually, so I'm gonna put this on TA, sorry. Here we go. The route is in, and let me see, let me just make sure I get the departure stuff in, which is runway 22 right, success 7, which I have all sorted out. Alright, so that's what we're gonna do, runway 22 right. Okay, so let me put the head in as well. Like I said, this is going to be real world operations, and we're going up to 360. Yeah, do follow as well, man. If you guys haven't actually followed us yet. Yeah, man, sorry if I haven't actually been saying much. So my brain is so fried. I have so many things to do, man. I've got school and everything. I got school and everything like that, man. 345. Alright, 360. Okay, get that all sorted out. Alright, and we actually have to put the last thing, which is the because this doesn't have it, so you can actually just use Avitab one in terms of the charts. Come all the way down, looking for the takeoff data, and where is it? Takeoff. Here we go. So takeoff data 2 to right, takeoff 1 at 30, flaps 10. Alright, takeoff 2, 30 it says. Is that what it says? 30, takeoff, oh, takeoff 1, flaps 10. Takeoff 1, there we go. Takeoff 1. And flaps is going to be flaps 10 for takeoff. CG. There we go. And am I missing anything else? Am I missing anything else? V1 139 VR 139 140 139 140, and what's the next one here? 147. All right, here we go. 147. All right, so I feel like we pretty much Set ready. I know the real world flight just so basically just push back there. And we are gonna try and see if we can track this down as quickly as much as we can. Say flight level 380, no flaps, takeoff. No, it's not no flaps, man. Sorry, but according to them is flaps 10 for takeoff, man. So we're gonna go with flaps 10. Okay, so here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright, all of this stuff on. APU coming on. Flight level 350-360 based on the direction of flight. Okay, all of this is on, and then we are going to get the rest of the stuff here, which we're gonna contact ground, let ground know. Let's just imagine we contacted ground and ground told us okay. So it's 120.1 for the frequency there. I just say ground told us that, you know what, we can pressurize the hydraulics. So let's get the pushback stuff. We are gonna try and push back. We are gonna try and push back here. All right, let's go here. And let's go here. So now we're in a taxi. We taxi out over there.
Ground to cockpit.
Yeah.
Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Okay, and all right, here we go. Oop. Come on. All right, you know I can actually do it from here anyway. Where is it? Better push back. Here we go. We had already pre-planned. So why can't I do it? Better push back. I'd already pre-planned. There we go.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Well, I am ready.
Ground to cockpit.
There
Tow
you
is driving up.
Alright, so the tow is driving up. Alright, so like I said, we're doing full up, so we are gonna get the checklist and everything. I do think I have checklist, I believe. So I am gonna go on chats as well. Come up here. Sorry if I'm not responding a little bit more, but you know, I'm just a little bit busy trying to sort out this flight, man. Oxygen tested 100%. Let's just make sure actually we have oxygen, which we have 1.5. Alright, so that's fine. And actually we will check on this page as well, make sure we're all good here. Okay, 87. Alright, everything is all good.
Some doors are still opened, or the GPU or the ASU are still connected.
Yeah, I know.
I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Yes, I know. Alright, so because ground gave us clearance, we're gonna pressurize the hydraulics so we can actually remove the ground power. Should go on ground, and we're gonna remove
Okay, all
that
doors
area.
and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Alright, so they're gonna connect right now. Sorry, I said hello, man. Sorry if I'm not really responding much. Hi, anonymous. What's that fellow, man? Nob. He's like, Nob, hello, man. Yeah, sorry, man. Good to see you guys here. Good to see you guys. I have 2 streams running, man, so it's gonna be a lot going on, man. Trust me, absolute plenty going on here. Yeah, so if I am not responding much here, just know I am on the other one as well. Jesus. And yeah, guys, I put up 2 votes. Votes here, guys. Alright, so there's a lot of traffic outside, guys. Show you guys yet again. So just for you two guys to see outside, man, the amount of traffic there is
Tow
outside.
connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, look at the amount of traffic they have there. Look at the amount of traffic, guys. Alright, so I feel like I showed you guys a lot of the traffic there. Let's get back inside. Alright, so we ready to rock and roll. Let's continue the checklist. Here we go. Alright, so insert transfer switches, windows heat is on, pressurization, which I already said, flight instrument is checked, parking brakes is set, and that is cut off. Alright, so we can get pushing back. So I'm going to release the brakes, start the chrono just for now. There we go. Brakes release. There we go.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Alright, so I already have. Alright. I already put on the anti-collision lights. Alright, let's make sure everything's all good. Alright, so I think that everything is fine here. Okay, so before we start the engines, we actually have to do the before start flight deck door, which I mean I did leave it open, but you know, just so I can have a little bit more animations, but I'm gonna close it. I like that fact that like with Xplane, man, you can do all of these things. Alright, so fuel is already checked. Passenger signs on, windows is closed, MCP, which we already set the MCP. Alright, everything is all set here. Heading. Alright. The only things I just have to put V2. The takeoff speeds, which I have the speeds at 149, 140, 147, so that's all set. What's the next thing? CD profile is completed. Ailerons 3 and 0, just making sure. There we go. Free center here, center, right? Here we go. And takeoff it's completed. Anti-collision light is on, so we are cleared to do the jeez, man, how good is this? How good is this, guys? Let's be honest, how good is this, man? So let's go and start engine number 2. All right, start engine number 2. Let me see if I have the sounds up. That's for the interior, exterior. Let's see the traffic over there. Yeah, using the live traffic, man. Hey, what's that? Sorry if things taking a little bit of time. Yeah, fuel flow. I will put on the fuel flow there. Yeah. 2, man. You guys hearing this stream? I know, I got 2, man. Jeez. I might have to literally be following up on both of them and say, hello, man. Hello, Boeing 777-200ER. Yeah, man. Ooh. You guys hearing that? Let me put these sounds up. There we go. Let me go back outside again. Guys, look at the amount of traffic here, man. Jeez. You guys seeing the amount of traffic here? You guys seeing the amount of traffic here? Yeah, I'm just taking up some of this time here as well.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Alright, so it said parking brakes. Alright, here we go. Alright, so I think it's all realistic, so I have to actually press that, but I'm not using my peripherals.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
And it's gonna start engine number 1. Alright, so like I said, I'm trying to do roll ups today, man. You said yeah, what'd you say? Alright, so you guys can see the fuel flow. N2 is rising. 11, 12, ooh, there we go. 13, 17 when it reaches up to 25, which is on 20 now. I'll put it up so then now it's to start. So 26, there we go. They said disconnect and go to on signals. Actually, we're gonna wait. Xplane 12, crazy traffic, man. Yeah, literally crazy traffic, guys. Jesus. So that, I think that's the Delta. No, that's the other Delta, but the actual Delta 77. This one came from Miami to Boston, so he just arrived. So that's live traffic, so he's gonna pass straight through me anyway. But the other Delta, which is the 776 areas. No, where is it? Where is the 776? 776. Oh, you guys seen it? 776. Here's a real world one. I'll just put disconnect. Here's a real world Delta, so he's already lined up. So I have to try and meet him, which I am the Delta 776. Yeah. So yeah, it is crazy traffic. Yeah, literally crazy traffic, man. So let's get flaps. Flaps 10 for today. Alright, so we are using this, so I am gonna get everything running.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Yeah, so he's gonna pass straight through me because he's live traffic, so they're not obviously gonna know that I exist. So here we go. Let's get taxi lights on. Continuous. Alright, making sure. Let's get all of these stuff on. Check and put this on number 1. And let me see. Yeah, see, I had that live traffic plugin too. It was just displaying the wrong liveries for me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you don't have the right liveries, or if you don't have, like, example XCSL and stuff like that, but XCSL doesn't have all the right it doesn't have all the right liveries and stuff, so you're gonna see the wrong liveries for some of them. So majority of this traffic here, Jesus Christ, majority of this traffic here are not gonna be correct liveries because it's based on the model set that you have. So yeah. So if, for example, this is a BC, which is a A220, and it's showing as it's showing as a A319 here. So that's the difference here. Yeah, so it's not gonna always show the right, because I don't have the A220. Matter of fact, XCSL or Z, I don't think Zibo and them. Sorry, the what's it called? Based on the right livery, so it's not gonna show it. I like how, what is it? I like how it works on the ND and shows other traffic too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is true. So much traffic here. I can actually put it off if I want to put it off inside of, where is it? The X. Ooh, where is it? I'm missing it. Oh, live traffic. Here we go. You could put it actually off from Yeah, it says display 50. I can actually take it out here, but and the TCAS and stuff because this is live traffic. But I'll keep it with the live traffic and stuff like that. Alright, so we have flaps 10. Let's get this down. Make sure flaps. And we are gonna go taxi all around here. Alright, so let's get going. But before we get going, let's just make sure before taxi. Generators on, probe on, anti-ice, isolation switches, engine starts continuous recall, which actually let's check the recall. And I did put this on continuous, which is good. Everything is all good here. Alright, all the brakes is RTO, which I did put RTO. Okay, here we go. Flight controls, which I actually have to do now. Let's get full up, full down, left, right. Here you go. Right or left, right or right. I'm not using my peripherals yet, so that's gonna be nice. No, keep it going, man. It makes the sim look so nice. Yeah. Keep it up. Keep it on. It makes it look so nice. Yeah. Definitely I'll keep going with it, to be honest. Alright, so let me just taxi out here a little bit. Alright, so just taxi a little bit here. Alright, here we go. I do have a few views actually, so let me get into this front view there. So let me see what you guys say now. Alright. Yeah, a lot going on, man. Plenty. Alright, here we go. I know I am taxiing like a southwest here. But I just want to let you guys see the traffic all around. Alright, so the textures of the traffic obviously is down. And I believe the traffic already departed. Well, the 776. Yeah. Oh, is that him departing there? It looks like the Delta. Yeah, that's the one I'm following. I think that's him that's just departed there. Yeah. So far, one vote. What else can I say? The before start checklist, I already checked everything there. Ooh, take your time. I know they give me space here. Check. Take your time. Alright, take your time. Alright, here we go. Keep going. Alright, so let's get back inside of here, make sure everything all good. Alright, so we are gonna taxi down over here. Okay, we're going to runway 22 right for departure. Alright, it says 50. Alright. So let me come back outside. Oh, you guys seen that? See the amount of traffic there? There you go. Quite a lot of traffic here, huh? Jesus, man. How good is this live traffic, man? I don't know what you guys think about that. Yeah, what do you say? Hey, Tony. Yaw dampers on? I believe yes. I believe the yaw dampers on. Is that flight level 38? No, actually flight level 360. I believe I did put the yaw dampers on the check light thing. I believe. Oh, actually, let me just double check. Ooh, here's the JeppView just take off there. Nice. Alright, here we go. Man, look at the amount of traffic, man. Live traffic, man. Jesus. I believe the yaw dampers. Well, I think they are on. I did put them on, didn't I? Actually, oh, it wasn't on. Good thing you said that. Thank you, Lord. Alright. It's a good thing you said that. 147. So let me put. Oh, why is it not coming on? No idea. It's a bit weird. Some more traffic over there. I do have to cross runway. Let me put the Volanta. So I'll probably just zoom in on the Volanta as well. Now, hopefully this doesn't deteriorate my frames here. So, that's Volanta traffic. Now, wait a second. Alright, so I am going exactly. So you guys see where everybody going? So they're taking off from over there. Nice. Absolutely wonderful. Jeez. Wonderful traffic here. Huh? I think when I go in the air, then it's gonna be a little better. Let me see what you say here. Probably, let me see. Oop. There we go. Over here, we are going across runway. Obviously, if I have ATC and stuff like that, then I'll be saying cross runway and stuff. I probably should be saying all of these things. You know, let's just say that they allow me, because clearly you guys know that there's no ATC because I'm just doing live traffic. Live traffic doesn't have ATC. I'm not using VATSIM. So let's just assume that, you know, not just assume, but we're making sure no traffic. Left, clear left, and clear right. Alright, so that's nice. Perfect. Alright, so let me see what you guys saying here now. Yeah, I mean, alright, probably you guys talking on the other screen as well. Got two screens running, Jesus. I've got to follow both of them. You guys can tell my head's gonna fry today. Alright, so you guys said hold. Is that a Zibo? Yes, it is a Zibo, and it is the latest Zibo as well. Oh, here's a Delta departing, huh? Jeez. Alright, yeah, so it is the latest Zibo. So let me put the weather now. I don't think we need terrain, but I'll put the weather. So the traffic. Alright, so we're good. Zoom in all the way. Make sure everything's all good. Okay, we are good. Yeah, just make sure we stay on the runway. That's definitely one of them. Not runway, sorry, on the edge there in terms of the taxiway. What else did he say? Zibo looks like the iFlight 737 Max. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Alright, so let me put the brakes down. Come on, take your time, man. Take your time. Alright, easy now. Easy on the brakes here. Easy on the brakes here. Easy on the brakes. Easy. Easy now. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Oh, it's so nice to see, guys. Jeez. I think there's somebody behind me as well. He's probably going to pass straight from me if he's behind me. Nice. So, yeah, look at that. There's a Dash 8. He's going. Sorry, it's just the E75. And there's some of them wouldn't actually have the name, but some of them will. And here I am, taxiing down here. And there's a C402. Nice, huh? Yeah, so the Zibo does look like the 737, man, in FSX. I know. I used to say the same thing as well, eh? I'm never gonna lie. Flight level 380 is available. Well, it is. I mean, if I double check. So I'm gonna line up here because I'm gonna take a little bit of a shortcut here. Just because I know traffic will come up behind me and then they're gonna be literally inside of me. So I'm gonna line up over here from Bravo 1. Oh, November 1. Alright. Oh, yeah. Alright, so let's line up from November 1. So we have flaps 10, with 4.5 on the trims. Alright. 4.5, make sure the trims are good. Alright, so we're just gonna hold the brakes here for a little bit. Let's hold the brakes here for a little bit. There we go. Let's hold the brakes. Alright. Oh, sorry. Parking brakes on. Nice. So here's the American the E75. So it's nice to actually see like the American actually show it there. So that's good. Yeah, very, very nice. My brain's so fried, guys. Like, cause from here I have some schoolwork stuff to do, literally. So I won't be much, but yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of weird, but come on, it's not taking off. Well, it won't take off yet because look at the traffic over there. You guys seeing all of that traffic over there? Jesus Christ, that is so realistic. I don't even know. Like, this just looks so realistic. OMG, guys, look at the amount of traffic. Wow, especially at Boston as well. My OMG, how sick is this? I can't wait to actually start doing like proper streams. Like, look at the amount of look at the traffic over there. You guys seen all this traffic over there? All right, let me take out this Volanta stuff here because like I don't think that's important. Just show the route. Volanta traffic. So there's not much going on with Volanta anyway. Jeez. So there goes the E-Jet. Give me a second. Alright, so... Oh, jeez, that's loud. That's a bit loud. The dash. So... Oh, yeah, like... The names are a bit down, but... To me there's another aircraft here, which is a C402. So... And are there any other aircraft? But it's nice, man. It's absolutely wonderful, man. Let's try and get out of here. Take off. Actually, not yet, man. Alright, so I am probably going to... Oh, so they told him to line up. Are there any more traffic? Jeez. Jesus. Alright, so I'm going to line up here. Because I was here before him. So I'm going to line up and then get ready for takeoff. Alright, so let's get the landing lights coming on. Alright, so we're getting ready for this takeoff stuff here, man. Alright. Alright, don't mind the traffic. It's real life traffic, so... There you go. It's real traffic, man. Jeez. Okay, so I'm gonna let everybody know. Cabin sits for takeoff. I think this... Alright, here we go. There we go. I think... There we go. Okay, so I feel like we're fully ready for departure, are we? Yes, everything is all check. Okay, making sure everything's all good. Yes, we are good. Everything is all good. Alright, so we're fully ready for departure, are we? Alright, here we go. 17 minutes. Because the real wheel already took off. Alright, so let's start the chrono. Alright, make sure everything's all good. We already checked the before takeoff procedure, like we said, flaps. Alright. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It could be because of the way I set it up. And we do have, well, takeoff procedure there. Alright, so first is at least set. Alright.
80 knots.
Check. Jesus. All sorts of traffic. This is real life traffic, so real world traffic, so you're gonna find the crossing and all kind of things, because V1 rotate.
V1 rotate.
Alright. There we go. Ooh. Ooh.
Positive brake.
Ooh. Control. Gear coming up. Ooh. Jeez. Ooh. L nav, V nav. Ooh. Jesus Christ. There we go.
400.
And I'm gonna press autopilot just because I wanna get outside and show you guys. Oh. 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 That is super nice. That is super nice. Alright, so let's get the flaps. Flaps 1. What did you say there? Yeah, I can't really hear my aircraft. I can hear the other ones though. I think you can hear mine now, eh? Flaps 1. Pretty sure you can hear mine now, eh? Okay, let me see. Let me see. Is there any other? Let me see. I'm just trying to think if there's any other thing that can take control. I am already taking control. I'm just trying to see if there's literally anything else that can affect no sounds. Is there anything? Desktop. Actually, well, yeah, everything's running, so you guys are supposed to hear my sounds there. So hopefully we see some traffic around as well. Huh? Probably what I should have shown you guys as well is the traffic on this, man. Let me show you guys as well, man. Jesus. It's terrible. Look at that. Look at the amount of look at the traffic over here. Jeez. Yeah, it's a lot, eh? Jesus Christ. Am I missing something here? I feel like I'm missing something here. Yeah, look at the traffic here. Yeah, definitely. Oh, actually, let me just do one more thing here. Oh, here we go. Right, so let me pull this out a little bit so you guys can see all of that. So that's all the traffic all around. Literally all around. Let me make sure. Alright, flaps is up. Alright, let's get these off. Alright, perfect. And let's get back to what I was saying over here. So look at the amount of traffic. Jesus Christ, man. Look at all of this. You guys seen all the live traffic here? You guys seen all of that? Yeah, you guys seen all of that? Jesus. Yeah, man. Plenty live traffic, yeah. That's literally live traffic, man. All the live traffic in America, man. Literally all the live traffic in America. Jesus. Yeah, you guys seen all of this here? Jeez, man, look at your amount here. Like, and I mean, obviously, if you zoom all the way out, you'll see all the traffic here. All the traffic going all the way down there. You know, that's in terms of this one, which is the one to do with the open one flying through the Atlantic. Nope. So we actually be going down here. If I show you guys, so we'll be going literally down here. If I put it this way, going all the way over there and then coming all the way down here. So that's gonna be the route. Yeah. So it should be nice. Yeah. So let me take this off. I think I already passed in 10,000 feet here. So, oh, it's good to see Xplane. You see all I like about Xplane? Look how the plane passing through the. You know, look how the plane's shaking and all that. I'm gonna imagine I'm shaking as well. Ooh, ooh, oosh, oosh, oosh. Ooh, oosh, oosh. Jeez, doing real well ups, man. Alright, so let me do the after takeoff checklist. After takeoff, engine bleeds on, PAX is on, landing gear up and off, and flaps, no lights. Okay, so we get flaps up, no lights. Alright, everything seems to be fine. We do, like I said, we have the winds and everything. Alright, which it's supposed to, oh, here we go. So all the winds and everything is there. Perfect. Alright. Nice. So like I say, I'm not actually on VATSIM. I'm just using live traffic weatherman. Live traffic, sorry. How nice is this? And I don't have auto auto, so I will get auto auto on the next flight. This is episode 1, so I was like, you know what, I don't wanna. He's like, haha. Yeah, I don't have the auto auto yet. I do have it for I'll do it on the second one. Yeah, I'll do it definitely on the second one. Let me see. Yeah, we're not flying through the Atlantic, but it's like I called flight level 380. So you want me to go flight level 380? Jesus, man. Alright. Can I even go up to flight level 380? You want me to go flight level 380? Cruise, let me see. Optimum flight level 377. I guess we could go up to flight level 380 since you want to call it. Alright, 380. Only thing is I've got to change the pressurization as well. Or else. There we go. So it's gonna. There we go. Cabin. Alright, so it's gonna close up the valves a little bit because it's on. Alright. So that way it can pressurize it a little bit more. There we go. All as well. Okay, take this out. Make sure everything that I put this on progress page. Keep this on progress page. Alright. We're off and running. So nothing much more other than just watching this flight. Just monitoring it, to be honest. Probably. Say those views, man, top notch. Yeah, no. Jeez. Because we'll be going literally over the coastline. Give you guys. Jeez. Cessna. Some traffic here. Yeah, traffic everywhere, man. So it's nice, guys. Really appreciate you guys' support being here today, man. Honestly, like you guys, you know, really grateful for being here. Absolutely wonderful, guys. Thank you so much for at least tuning in. You know, really appreciate it. Oh dear. I don't want to be like a broken CD that just running his mouth. Oh dear. That's why I like Xplane, you know, like I just feel like everything just sort of works when it comes to Xplane. How good was the, you know, how good was it? The live traffic, man. Jesus. Alright, let me see. Let me see. Standard. You know what I'll do? I'll actually put the normal screen a little bit more on the side, so you guys, at least you guys can see a little bit more. Let me just put that off a little bit. Actually, let me just change it, like I said, a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna put it more about here. So that way, at least it's a little bit better off. Alright, here we go. At least you guys see a little bit more instead of seeing absolutely nothing. Only one vote so far. Jesus. Yeah, I'm not gonna stay much and talk much. Other than, let's get into the walking mode. Alright, here we go. Put this. Alright, put the sounds down. Oh, there we go. Alright, guys. There you go. Hello. Hello. Hello, everybody. Time to serve y'all some drinks, man. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. 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 So I'm giving all of you guys your drinks. It's a 3-hour flight. Hello. 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 My passengers are nice and rested. Sorry, we're not rested, but hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm gonna keep you watching the views here. Actually, I'm gonna sit down with one of them. Should I sit down next to him? Hello. I wanna sit by myself. Let's bend down here. Let's see what views we can get here. Jeez, seems like a better view. Yeah, probably keep that view there for a little bit. Not gonna be saying much, just while this flight, hopefully when we get into Miami, actually I'm gonna put that down as well. When we get to Miami, hopefully it's gonna be a little bit better. Actually you'll see more traffic. Based on this altitude, we could actually see a lot of traffic as well. Alright. Just now, give me a second. Ooh, what did I do? Alright, so just give me a second and then I'll be back. Actually, I might, well, I'll just be a little bit away, so just for a little bit, for probably half an hour. Okay, so guys, yeah, I won't be much heading. We're just gonna be climbing all the way up to flight level 380, so probably might put the overlay, you know. I'm not sure if I fill in for it, but nah, I don't want to cause. Nah. Should I put it? Should I put it? Should I put it? Still contemplating. Alright, fine. Fine. I'll show you guys. Alright, so let's get KBOS going into Miami. Delta 776. What do you say? What do you say there now? I say heading. Well, now I'm on nav mode, so I'm just gonna be following the navs. I think the route. Well, I have the route on Volanta, so yeah, there is a little bit of weather. It seems like by Richmond. Is that the name? Okay, so let me try to. Oh, we have another vote. So we have 2 votes. So somebody says VATSIM, somebody says live traffic. So 2. Nobody seems to be playing multiplayer. I don't think anybody likes multiplayer. I feel like, well, multiplayer is if you like, you know, I don't know, you and your friends. But to be honest, I feel multiplayer. You say any weather? What are you talking about now? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I just missed a call. Why did I miss a call? Let me see. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Okay, man called me the flight departure, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Ooh. Where is the overlay thing I said I was gonna put up? Where is it? Oh, here it is. And a B738. There we go. And I think that should, if I put it, let me put it. There you go. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to all of you guys for actually like subscribing and actually coming on, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I really appreciate everybody for actually doing that. Honestly, actually, let me put the Volanta up and on the screen. So now we have the Volanta on the screen, so we can just follow from that as well. So yeah, so we have Volanta on both screens there, so it don't just seems like a bit weird. Overlay, let me just refresh this overlay. Here we go. So we got overlay running over here. Hopefully, I think it's running on the other screen. I think. Not sure. Is it? Doesn't seem like it. That's fine. And we're climbing out of flight level 350, going all the way up to flight level 380. I don't actually. Well, let me go back to the cockpit here for a second. We'll actually have to press escape. Here we go. And alright, make sure check. I do have to change this into 380, else it's gonna think I'm transitioning at flight of 360. Here we go. Perfect. But I'm not transitioning at 360. I'm transitioning at 380. Alright, so I'm gonna keep this on this view. Yeah, I think this might be a bit of a view here. Really nice view. Are we gonna just stay there and watch the wing? Nope. We're gonna watch this because this side of America, everything's going on in America on this side. So, yep. So I think this is probably a bit of view here. Just watch a little bit outside. I know when you guys in the real plane, don't you guys do that as well? I know I do that for sure. Six likes, man. Can we go for a couple more likes, man? Can we go for about like 4 more, man? Alright, so yeah, I have quite a lot to read as well, man. Can you imagine that? Like, I've got school and all this stuff, man. My brain absolutely fried, man, and I have something to do tomorrow. Yeah, my brain is absolutely gone. Gonski. I should have put the overlay up, man. Where is it? Did I not put it? Volanta, yeah, the Volanta is, yeah, it's up on the screen there. At least you can follow from the Volanta screen there, but I thought I put the other screen on the main one. Did I not? Actually, I didn't. Actually, I thought I did. Where's he over there? Oh, actually, I just remember. Oh, jeez, I actually forgot. I actually didn't. I actually removed certain things, so I actually have to add it back. Over there would be the browser. That would be the browser source. Where is the browser? Browser. Window browser. Here we go. What are you reading? Yeah, I got schoolwork, man. I got bro. I tell you, I've got schoolwork, man. I've got literal schoolwork. Oh, that was supposed to be. Oh, sorry. And that was not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be there. So I had it the wrong place there. Yeah. So there we go. Perfect. Yeah. So like I said, I'm reading. I got project management and all that kind of stuff, man. School, man. You know, guys know school's going on right now. You know. Yeah. So yeah, I'm at flight level 380 right now. Jesus. There's a lot going on, man. Absolutely plenty going on. Yeah, I should be focusing. Was that right? Yeah. I should be focusing on other things as well, man. Like what I want to do next. I haven't even actually thought about like what are some of those things I want.
You're free to move about. Once you are seated, we recommend you keep your belts fastened. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know, or not let me know, let them know. Thank you.
Moving up, keep a little closer. Meanwhile, please sit back, relax, enjoy the trip with us.
Yes, nice. You guys heard the PA system? I don't even know if you guys heard the PA system there, but oh, you know, I forgot to actually. I'll probably come back to that. Let me see what else. Yeah, I probably should have added the live traffic to this thing, you know. But I actually have my school stuff to read it. Where is it? Come on. So I'm gonna just respond when you guys actually talking. When you guys talking and stuff, man, just respond, man. I'll be there. I can multitask anyway. She's so pissed. Oh, gee, it's not funny, but oh my god. Don't know. So that's 1, 2. Make sure. Okay, right. That's 1, 2. Once I have these two things, I think I'm fully fine. Once I've got these two things up and running. Yep, I did. I think I did make. That's how it says. Okay. Alright, so they're talking about basically competition here. Yeah, so basically with project management and stuff like that, like competition. Yeah, obviously like maintain a competitive edge and that kind of thing. Best believe I have my drinks and everything for this flight, yeah? Yeah, it says not sufficient to merely be on par with the competition. I merely satisfy customers. For any company to remain competitive, it must be able to delight customers and have competitive priorities that are unique and distinctive. Right? So I think at the end of the day, I think we understand exactly what they mean by that. Yep. Alright, so I'm just making a little bit of, you know, what I tend to do is just make a little bit of notes on it. Alright. So they say basically it's crucial to develop and continuously review its strategic development, which makes sense. I mean, if you have a business and stuff like that, especially let's say with Boeing. Let's use Boeing for example. You know, in the terms of image and how they look and stuff. So it's all about like the imagery and stuff like that. So how, you know, obviously in the past decade they've had a few issues So they obviously have to constantly try to rebrand the image and all that kind of stuff, which is obviously a strategic. Well, that comes under the bracket of strategic development, which is more like the long-term planning. Yeah, so they have to ensure the business obviously continues and that kind of thing. So yeah, so that's what they say in terms of continuously reviewed strategic development. Yeah. Right. So what else? With upward adequate consideration of the firm's targeted markets. I mean, if you look at long-term strategic stuff, you're obviously going to look at your targeted markets and where you placed. Basically, what it's saying is like from an operation, it's based on like positioning yourself, that kind of thing. Like, you know, trying to make sure you position yourself well and stuff like that when it comes to business and stuff. Like, let's say, you know, obviously in the aviation world, like let's say we use yes, no. Just now. Just speak to somebody here just quickly. So just give me a second. In the cabin, airs are popping. Airs are popping. Is it too much? Do you want me to put the sounds on a little bit? Alright, let me put the sounds on here. Alright, yeah. So let me put the sounds on. Okay, fine. I just put the sounds on. Okay. Give me a second. I'll be back here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just be there in the background. So just give me a second. Alright, so I'm back. Sorry if I was just away there for a little bit, but I am back. Okay, good. Alright, so let me see what you guys were saying. Hopefully you guys missed me. I don't know if you guys did. But yeah. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. Give me a second. Give me an absolute second here. So let me see. Yeah. Right. So yeah, this is episode 1. Oh, sorry if I was just away there. So a second there. So right. Here we go. So as I am saying, I'm just doing some stuff here. Adequate upfront consideration of the firms and marketing, targeted market. So yeah, obviously you want to use strategy to basically target your market and stuff. For example, in aviation, that's why. I think Boeing obviously want to try to take over the market in terms of where, like, the 757, the 767, since they're no longer really operating this, they obviously try to create an aircraft where it can. So that's where the max and then comes into play, like taking up 6-7 hours of flight with a little bit more space, a little bit more people, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's why they obviously focus on that. Yeah, so I hear WestJet have ordered 100 of aircraft from Boeing. Good idea. Well, let's be honest. Let's look at it in a political, well, not necessarily political standpoint, but let's look at it based on geography and that kind of thing. WestJet, they obviously have their own operations in terms of like the benefits and stuff. So an example, let's put it as not just the benefits, but let's put it as in terms of operations on the ground. Like WestJet and them have always been Boeing, right? From times the 737, 700, the 600, the 737-300, then onto the Max. They actually got a Max to go across when the Max came out. So put it that way, all the skilled workers and all these workers, like to convert them all into Airbus, or majority of them into Airbus as well, would take a long time and would cost them a lot. So what they started off, like, look at Caribbean Airlines. Why don't Caribbean Airlines have an A320? Caribbean Airlines have never had an A320 because they've always been on the 737. Now they have the Maxes now because it's almost the same, which makes it, you minimize costs because you already know of the 737s already, even if it's a Max. So that way it makes it so much easier. So with Air Canada, WestJet buying aircraft from Boeing is because of a strategic move in terms of reducing costs by getting onto the new aircrafts within Boeing. So they might, like WestJet got the 787 and also the Maxes. They have a lot of Maxes now, going to, like, what is it, from St. John's going across to London and stuff like that, and going also like to what's that again, Keflavik and them places. Yeah, they also have competition from Air Canada, so they have to set up. Yeah, exactly, because Air Canada is a national carrier. So if you have like a company running it and not like the national carrier, then obviously it's business, is competition and stuff like that. So they obviously have to get a competitive edge. So if you could try to reduce costs in the business, in that way, you could also, like, what's happening there? Oh, not sure what just happened there, but what's happening there? Hey, what's happening there? Just now. Why is this? Why all of a sudden my CPU is all the way up? Why is my CPU all the way up? Honestly, I'm not even joking. Like, why is it all the way up? Like literally, what's going on with this? Give me a second. Let me try to see if I can. For some reason, I don't know why my CPU. Ugh. Hey, I'm trying to figure out like why is my CPU all the way up all of a sudden. But yeah, hopefully you guys hearing all of what I just said there. It's easier, you know, for them to run business that way. Any other thing you guys want to say? Anything else? Let me see. Hopefully this. Let me see. Is this filtering on the other one? Say, oh, how do you do banner? Just look at the canvas and stuff there. You'll find out how to do that. Just go on the internet, man. You said overheating. Good thing you said that. Actually, I have to also put in my coolant. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Right. Yeah, good thing that you said that about the coolant, the heating. I didn't have my coolant on as well, so I had to make sure that was on. I literally thought I was on, but the whole time it wasn't even on. But yeah, let me see what else. So you're talking about in terms of competition, productivity as a strategy. That in terms of, when I mean production, I mean in the business itself. In terms of, you know, the overheads, productivity. Yeah, how you use resources. Like, was that sim running fine? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Productivity as a strategy. I know Boeing and them, obviously, you know, they had to downsize them business so much because of all of these issues in the past decade. What I mean downsize is like literally scaling down a lot of things just to deal with a lot of competition, as well as the market, as well as all of these things. So if you have a market where, let's say, a lot of people don't have trust in you, a lot of people might not buy much of your planes, which means you're going to have overheads of a lot more laborers, you're going to have a lot more of everything, basically, like a lot more cost, a lot more things. So like they have to literally try to reduce all of that cost, and to not just reduce it, but to match it, like to match it to where it should be, in terms of how's the best way to put it? All right, so it's like you have a sweet spot between demand, supply, and that kind of thing, right? Operations, you have to, yes, you have demand, you have your supply. You have to have, like, you know, the right amount of people. How do you determine the right amount of people? You also have to look at a lot of factors in terms of how much labor can do X, Y, and Z work, and that kind of stuff. He said, I hope Xplane doesn't freeze. Yeah, me too. I hope as well. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't freeze, but I don't know. So yeah, they're talking about the output, the input, the productivity. So that's in terms of not just the laborers, but how you have the laborers. For example, like obviously with Boeing and them, you guys have been hearing in the news about workers they had in like whistleblowers and all that kind of stuff. So you know, with the whistleblowers and them talking about certain things that Boeing was doing, and the guy that was running Boeing at the time, like the CEO and stuff, man, he was a really hardcore guy. And like, you know, they have something called, you know, quality, what they call like quality controls and quality measures. So then, you know, all of these things. So Boeing obviously trying to meet the market and all that kind of thing. So they had to do certain things. They had to tell people, do your job, this and that, you know. Sometimes you have to be tough. At times you have to cut people pay, cut certain benefits or whatever people would, because things changing and people have to understand, blah blah, whatever they had to do whatever they had to do. So some of the whistleblowers came out and was saying certain things that Boeing were doing and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of things, you know, yeah. So it was bad. It was very, very bad. But he said the 777X isn't successful, cut profits. To be honest, what they're trying to do the 777 is because a 777 is one of their most successful aircrafts as well, that they're trying to modernize, because they modernized the 737 after a decade, more than decades program. So now they're trying to go on to the yeah, he said by reducing costs, you mean canceling them whistleblowers. They try to cut down they really try to cancel these whistleblowers and all that. You know, but obviously you know, a lot of things happen, man, and people were coming out in the media and talking about, well, they wasn't coming out in the media, but they were like talking to certain people that is in position, because how would people actually up in the government? Because when you hear in the when you hear like the hearing with, what's his name, David Cowan, that's the name. Yeah, with that whole hearing and everything, since the Max crashed, the 2 crashes and stuff, man, they had a lot of issues, man. Yeah, especially, you know, with the whistleblowers and everybody like along the lines coming up and see what they had to say behind the scenes, and yeah, more things. So yeah, that's where in terms of the business and the strategic stuff, you know, they had to deal with after the whole issue with that Max and everything, how they're gonna go about the business. And then they had the whole, I don't understand and being too negative, they had to the whole battery on the 787, the issues with that, whatever. So obviously the market and the business operations, everything had to try to change. So, you know, they had a lot of problem there. So now you have productivity. Yeah, you see the Lion Air 616 and the Ethiopia and 302. Yes, exactly. So them too, obviously they had big problems with that. So the media, the lawyers, the people in position, and all of them who, you know, yeah, who had to say what they had to say, that kind of thing. Yeah. And so much more. But yeah, so it says in control management, productivity is a measure of how efficient a process runs and how effectively it uses resourcing. Right, so here this says at the plant level, common input statistics are monetary units, weights, or volumes, or raw or semi-finished materials. Right, kilowatts of power and worker hours. Obviously, these are controlled and managed. The workers' hours, the materials, because the materials don't always have to be finished goods. It could be unfinished goods, unfinished materials, and all that kind of stuff. So Boeing, for example, doesn't just produce everything in Seattle. You know, they get their things from France and different places, right? So a lot of these component parts, and sometimes along the chain, which is the supply chain and all them, you have to get all of these things right, and the workers to be able to put all these parts together and all these kind of things. And you know, the other developers and the testers and all these kind of people. So it takes a lot to actually, and then obviously you have to try to get it certified under FAA and all that. It's a big program, you know. So the ground all the time, yeah, APU off. Yeah. All right. So let me see. It says that productivity growth is important to a business because it controls the real income needed to meet obligations to customers, suppliers, stakeholders, governments. Well, that's to do with the taxation and productivity in sectors and stuff, which not going to talk about that, obviously. They have, like saying, factors influencing productivity, factors that influence productivity, capital management, quality, and technology. With the latest technology, especially the 777X, you know, the fact that they were able to shape that wing for the 777X and get it in and out, and that design, that takes a lot of technology, especially even learning about aerodynamics. Yes, we know about gliders, the longer the wing, but some planes can have the wings too long, or else they can't fit in the airport, as well as other logistical issues. So having that long wing for the 777 does help with the long extra wing tips, which they had to get curved to fit into the airports, which is a business strategic areas of strategic, which is not productivity in terms of the business, but in terms of the long-term longevity of the market. You want aircraft that basically, instead of going into a 4-engine, they want a 2-engine, and a 2-engine that is less and less fuel. Like, it takes less and less fuel over time. The current one obviously does take a lot of fuel, but obviously they have to make more modifications to be able to drive it down based on the real world, what's going on right now, and the future impact of the global sector in terms of economics and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, productivity, obviously one of the big factors. Technology, so that technology with the 777X wing is very important. So that, like I said, for Boeing, because obviously they want to try to revolutionize the 777s, which is very successful. By having that extra wing tip, a bigger engine carries more people instead of having a 747. It get two engines, carry more people, a longer wing, which means that it can float a little bit more. It can take off a lot less length, land with a lot less length as well. Take more baggage, obviously, and also it can fit into the airports. So basically, effectively taking out the 747 and replacing the 747 market with the 777X. So that's what it's all about, yeah. So it is a strategic, and obviously the technology to get that. The quality will definitely, you need the workers, the people who can be able to advance that technology to get that, which is going to be another long, vigorous testing thing in terms of quality control, which is another months, which they're supposed to be launching that 777X. I believe they said, if I can remember, 2027. If I remember clearly, I think it was 2027 or 2028, if I can remember. I know it's a few years. Yeah, but you need capital, which is like, not necessarily just money, but resources in terms of, for example, machinery. Sorry, the machineries that, all of these kind of things are capital. All of these things will affect productivity. You don't have the type of machinery, not just the technology, but the types of machinery to make workers and all of that. So I said more efficiency. Yeah, more efficiency, exactly. 737 200 radar issues. Yeah, I mean, it got so many little issues, man. The 737 Max versus the A320 Neo. Yeah, so obviously that is something that they also looking at. Yeah, so definitely. What can I say under that? Yeah, it is obviously the try again. It comes back down to positioning yourself in the market, which is strategic in terms of, yeah, it's like strategic management in terms of positioning yourself in the market. There is the A320 Neo, and then the A321 XLR, which should be replacing the 757 market, which that is the drive. Everybody wants to try to replace that narrow body between, coming from like New York going into England with a narrow body and not necessarily the big planes. They want to replace that market. Because the 787 obviously costs wise long term it's gonna cost a lot, whereas you want some of the less financial businesses, aviation businesses want to be able to get into the market. So that's where WestJet with the 787, with the Max 8 to go across and stuff like that, so that it becomes a little bit more competitive and that kind of thing. Yeah, so I think the 737, what they used to do with the 737, the A320 or the A3, yeah, the A320s, I think you have the ACT tanks, so tank 1, tank 2. I believe the Max, the way the Max has it, I think, not the Max, I think the Boeing, if I remember, I don't think Boeing has like extra fuel tanks configuration. I think it's just one tank, I think. Some companies also prefer to stick to one type of aircraft to cut down the training cost of crew. Exactly. Yeah, it comes back to the same thing when I was saying about positioning yourself. So Caribbean Airlines doesn't have any Airbuses. They've never had an Airbus. It's all 747s. Going back to the days, it's still 747 or 707 or whatever. No Airbuses. It's just because it's easier for the business. Because that's what they know. That's what it makes it easier. Like I said, like in terms of everybody already knows that that configuration of the aircraft and stuff like that. Always a few things that tweak. Ooh, can we see? Oh, can we see some traffic below? Oh, here it is. One traffic at A321 is American 606. Is there another traffic? There's a PA28. There is a CL. Oh yeah, there is a S22RT at the bottom. Anything wrong? What else is wrong? Anything else wrong? Nope. They've passed. Yeah, good choice. So I guess for Caribbean Airlines, we already cannot even afford. Caribbean Airlines already cannot afford much. So it makes more sense to just keep it simple. Yeah. So let's say other factors is the use of internet. Like as SATCOM and all of that comes a little better and better and better. Yeah, being able to have internet and stuff on the flights and all of that, or the use of internet, in other words, that can become a major problem in terms of productivity. Some flights have internet problems and stuff that can drive down people from taking flights or going on certain airlines because of internet issues. It could be malware issues with the systems. For example, with the MCAS, some slight, not malware, but computer viruses or issues in that. So for the flights like the MCAS, that did have a lot of the issues there. Which is the main airport for BWA? That's Trinidad. I'm gonna put that. Yeah, that's Trinidad. So computer viruses, the search for lost or misplaced items, all of these things, they affect productivity. Scrap rates, like new workers. If you have new workers, it's gonna affect productivity. And if you have new workers and all that. So like you rightfully said, Tony, workers. Was that standardization, safety, how safe in terms of the business operations, the people that you have, all of these factors, they come into play. You know, so many things, not just in terms of the production, but in terms of the entire plant and all that kind of stuff. Safety, it's always a concern. People working to try to get aircrafts up to the certain standard. Safety in terms of the workers outside who bringing in the supplies. They have to make sure everything is fit properly, like, you know, in the right places. People are well trained and all that kind of stuff. Safety, shortages of IT workers, layoffs, when people get layoffs and all these things. What you said? No, the pitot tubes. What? TW? What are you talking about? Few of them. Labor turnover. That's another one. That's another one. Let me go back outside. It seems like there's another traffic. Did he just pass? Did I just pass him? Alright. Yeah, so JetBlue and Delta just passed. Nice. Yeah. Nice. Let me see. I reckon I'll probably leave it in this view. A340, let me see if I put... Yeah, I'll leave it like this. Right. You said not malware, the pitot tubes. Oh, not sure what you're talking about. So here is an A340 Delta 82 just passing below us there. Nice. So I'm gonna leave it here for a little bit. Hopefully we get some other traffic. Ooh, A321 Rouge, Air Canada Rouge 1791. So here's another traffic over there. Looks like you got the highest flight level. Actually, yeah, he wanted me to go up there. So yeah, as I was saying, the design of the workspace, which I said was that Montreal? No, not all of them actually says where exactly. So let me bring this back. Let me go back to the system information. So here we go. So here we see some of them is at flight level 43. There is one based on the distance, as well. This one is 22 nautical miles, Delta 21. I think that's the one I just passed, 16. Let me see. That's Rouge 17. If I go to Rouge, let me see. RO Rouge 1791. He's an A321. Yeah, he's an A321. Yeah, he just passed. He's at flight level 310. Alright. So let me see. Anything else? A JetBlue 280. JetBlue 280. Here we go. He's at 49,000 feet, so he's actually 1,000 feet higher. Alright, and that JetBlue, yeah, is an A320. The only thing is some of them don't actually say where they're going to, like the route. Give me a second. Alright, yeah, so just give me a second, everybody. So it was at EJet 75L. Miami, you went to, what was that, Hapon? Yeah, so it's at E145. So we see some across here, but just give me a second here. Hmm. Just now. Hmm. All right. Give me a second. Like I said, I'm just writing some stuff there so I don't have to talk much after that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, so Southwest 3976, and they have the 550. Yeah, was that E? What's that? There's a E550. Where is it? It's supposed to be close to me. If it's close to me, then it will actually show up on this screen thing. Yeah. Oh, they have an A321. So you see how much traffic is in the area? You guys see the amount of traffic that's in the area? Right? Yeah, those are, yep, New Jersey. Rouge 1971 Punta Cana to Montreal, yeah. So you guys can see, man. Look at the amount of traffic and stuff, man. Man, they're everywhere, man. Hey, Canada, what's that? Sorry, American 1-3. 1-3, there we go. So 1-3. So he's at 28,000 feet. He's at A321, yes. Alright, and he's actually descending. So yeah. Yep, there he is. There it is. Yeah, man. You could hopefully, I guess you guys can see the screen, hopefully. So they have traffic around, so it's good to actually see. Hmm. Alright, so more traffic here. JeppView 492. He's from Los Angeles. We're now to KB. What was that? KBUF. Where exactly is that again? Buffalo. Is that Buffalo? Is that another traffic over there? Oh, they have a couple more. Jesus, man. Got traffic everywhere now. There's a Max. Jesus. Another one. Couple more, yeah. Ooh. Got some traffic over here. Here's another one. Ooh, Miami. Oh, actually. Is that Montreal? Sorry, Toronto going down to Detroit. Or Dallas. Is that? No, that's not Dallas Fort Worth. That's Detroit, is it? Yeah. Some of them are like jets, private jets. Yeah. Hmm. Right. I just having some conversations then. Let me see what you guys say there now. Yeah, say new jets. Well, I'm just making you guys enjoy the old couple, you know, the aircrafts you guys see there. Yeah, so yeah, man. All right, so let me just take all this stuff here. There we go. Is there something I missed? Why do I feel like I missed something? I just have a feeling like there's something I missed. I can't remember what it is. I can't remember what it is. But I have a very good feeling, I think. Let me see if I go into it. I think I know what it is, you know, I missed it. And I probably, the whole time, I probably didn't have it. Just give me a second. I think. Did I? Trying to remember what else. There was something that I missed. Just trying to remember what exactly it was. Where is it? How come I can't find it? Unless if it's on the other thing. Oh, have I found it? Is that it? Oh, that's what I was looking for. Jesus, here it is. Oh, you tell me the whole time. That's the thing I was looking for. I was wondering, where's the damn thing? Here it is. There we go. Yeah, because I was wondering what's going on. Like, where? What else am I missing here? Am I missing something else? Just give me a second here. Any more traffic around? Nope. Let me see. Any traffic around me? Let me see. Does it say a distance of 7.9? He's at flight 430. Well, probably going. Oh, here he is. Is that him? C680. I believe that's him. Yeah, 680. 430. He's going from. Was that Toronto to? Sorry. Yeah, that's. Is that Toronto? Yeah, Toronto to what? Detroit. Is it? Why are they over here? Is that Dallas Fort Worth? No. Dallas Fort Worth would be something else. So this is... Okay. Yeah. Huh. Oh, wait, weird. I don't remember the names, actually. Let me see. All right. Jeez. So I'm on Volanta, but where am I? Why can't I see where am I on the flight? Is it not showing me? Hello? Is that me here? Can you please show me my aircraft? Ugh. Is it not showing me? Then I have a call sign. DEBRL 776. Is it because I don't have a call sign or something? I don't normally when you do that, it'd show. I don't understand. I'm looking for it. Oh, at least Jacksonville and them is online. On VATSIM. Should I actually go on VATSIM? Nope. Not today. I mean, I know they're online, but I'm not doing that today. I'm actually just showing the traffic and this sim. Alright, so where am I? How much longer do I have to go again? Oh, I'm actually still far. Literally, I'm very fast though. Are you gonna get any more votes? Um, okay. Just now. Oh, did I actually? Oh. Let me see. What else? Didn't they add something I was supposed to put on? They had something I was supposed to put on, but actually I was supposed to copy that. That's what I was supposed to do. Copy the widget. Yeah, because I told myself there's something I missed. I was like, where is this thing? That's the thing, because I was just telling myself, oh jeez, sorry about that. Oh, how did that pop up there? Sorry about that. Sorry about that, everybody. Whoa. God, Jesus. Jeez. Sorry about that. Yep. Wow. I didn't notice that. What else? Isn't there something else I was supposed to do? Oh, I was supposed to. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to link that. That's what I was supposed to do. Oh, jeez. Sorry about that, guys. Really apologize. Really apologize. What have I pressed? Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I pressed the wrong button. Sorry about that. Jeez. Yeah, I literally pressed the wrong thing there. Sorry about that. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Perfect. Ah, Jesus. Boy. I think I have to get back. Is there any other traffic? Any more? Alright, so let me continue what I was doing. No, just one traffic over there. So we're just gonna wait for when all of this traffic comes around, which hopefully it will. Oh yeah. What a day. So what other thing I was saying here? I was talking about incentive plans that reward productivity. Exactly. That's another one. Maybe plan. All right, so Okay. One more thing, just one more message there, guys. Just trying to get this all out. I know this flight is pretty long. This live is pretty long anyway. It's a 3 hours plus, so we got enough time. Like, we have literally a lot of time. Right, here we go. All right, so yeah, I hope I didn't bore you guys to death. I know I haven't been around much. Yeah, I literally probably chased away probably everybody. Sorry about that. Yeah, I literally probably chased away everybody. Let me see. Jesus. Oh, should I go on the other one? Probably everybody's on the other one. Are they on the other one? Sorry, Gerald, I don't know if you was there. And then, sorry, man. Sorry, Gerald. Oh, I don't know. If you hear, Gerald, I don't know if you heard. Sorry, I really apologize if you've been here and then I was just at socializing or talking. That's I really apologize. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, man. All right, not Volanta. Let me take out VATSIM traffic. Okay, so I don't want no VATSIM traffic. Yeah, sorry about that, Gerald, man. Jesus Christ, man, I feel so. Man. That's why I hate, you know. So much to talk about, like, I don't... Because I have things doing, like, I don't even realize. Damn. Anybody else on the live? Who's else on the live? Jared, are you still on the live, or who else is on the live here? Anybody else want to talk about anything? Why is it saying that I'm not even halfway yet? I know the flight is like 3 hours, but all right, here we go. Okay. All right, so I can finally actually just socialize a little bit more, because I know you guys probably been yeah, man, I probably haven't been saying much. Man, I feel terrible. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Sorry, Jared. Jesus. I know you've been waiting for me, man. Sorry, man. I really apologize, man. Good to see you here again. Yeah, I just been having a little bit of a discussion, man. It's good to see you actually used to there. I'm not, man. That's the thing, you know. I hate doing these lives, and then I have things, people sort of distracting me, and not really distracting, but I'm like, I can't do a lot of everything at the same time. You know, so here is a JetBlue over there. So the JetBlue A320, you're going from Orlando, KMCO to KP, and that's by New York, right? Yeah, maybe that's by New York side. Yeah, so he's going there. Let me see what else. Yeah, so there is and actually let me see what that traffic is actually, what altitude is. JetBlue 16. Let me see, I can actually check it out on the thing here, on this thing. JetBlue, where is it? JetBlue. Oh, actually, he's gone behind me, so it's out of the range. What else? Come on. Yeah, let me see what else is there. What else is there? Any other traffic? WP, a VP. Sorry. Oh, it's a 737 over there. He's at flight level 380, so he's at the same altitude that I am at right now. So that's yeah, he's the same altitude as me. Any other traffic? Any other traffic? Any other traffic? Any other traffic? Or probably what I could, yeah. Any other traffic? Gerald probably left again because he probably felt like I'm not socializing much. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna continue back my class and stuff, like just to review everything, like I said. And so now we just have a little bit of a discussion on aviation and stuff. So like I said, I'm here reviewing a few things as well. So here talking about, like I said, improving productivity. Many companies have formal programs for improving productivity via existing control systems. All right, companies are constantly looking for ways to improve quality, reduce downtime. These are some of like the terminologies when it comes to aviation and stuff like that. I would say as well, not just because obviously what I'm doing here is business, but we can apply it obviously to aviation. So to increase inputs of labor, materials, energy, and purchase services. Jared says, yeah, I'm still here, man. Oh, good. Nice, man. Yeah. So yeah, I'm here reviewing this whole I got this WalkAround thing here, but I'm actually showing the live traffic and everything. So yeah, it's nice, huh? We see all of this live traffic and stuff, man. Jeez, man, bro, like they got so much traffic all around. Especially if you watch the very beginning of the live stream, bro, from the ground. If you look at that, literally on the ground at about like 20-25 aircrafts. It's so many, man. Yeah. But yeah, let's just talk a little bit about like improving productivity and stuff like that in terms of aviation as well. So say productivity measures are useful for tracking and operating unit performance over time and to judge the performance of a particular industry or even a country. A lot of these things might sound generic, but we can take it into consideration or into context. He said, nice. Yeah. In this session, we considered productivity as a so here's like the summary stuff here. It says, consider productivity as a strategy, which I will go back to everything here for competitive growth, right? Now, when people talk about competition, they always think about only like from a production standpoint, you produce more. That's the old days. Like the old days, like they'll tell you if you produce more, then you become more in the market. Like let's say if Boeing, for example, producing aircrafts, then they dominate the market. But what happens when you have a lot of aircrafts in the market and then not enough demand or stuff like that for the market? Then you have a lot of problems. Or for example, you cannot create a market. For example, like the 767-400, like only I think Delta, I think United and them that operate on those aircraft, because there wasn't like a market for like yes, they wanted to create an aircraft that goes from like New York to like Newark and that kind of stuff, that range in terms of like just about the right amount, and not a very big aircraft like the 787, which they probably couldn't afford to operate that. But having the right for some of the airlines, like that was not being productive even if they have the aircraft, because in other words it just didn't fit the market, because it's the same plane but not much of the features and advanced features or whatever that they need. So businesses like Boeing and them, some of the planes obviously couldn't really wasn't really doing well. So for example, another example of one of them that wasn't doing well, I'll put it that way, like for example the 747, the -8, only like Lufthansa, yes, they had a few airlines use it, but why didn't British Airways didn't have the 747 -8? Why is there no American Airlines 787 the -8, even if it's a Boeing aircraft? That kind of thing. Because even if there's Air Force One, but you could see like even in America is all about economics and all that kind of stuff. So for businesses, productivity in terms of like, yeah, you build more aircrafts, you build different aircrafts, but if there isn't a market for it, then the productivity of it, in terms of productivity, it becomes a bit of a cost. So you obviously they have to scale down and look at where things go. Now, yes, you would say productivity, but it's not the only thing, because one thing people also forget is market. Sorry, not market. I meant to say, yeah, marketing. That's the right word. Marketing. So if you don't market too much, if you don't marketing too much, then that also hinders business. A lot of things in terms of business productivity and all these other things. Yeah, he said, yeah, nice. Yeah. Yeah, so it does factor a lot of things in terms of productivity, right? So yeah, Kim says, yeah, exactly. Yeah, nice for being here, actually, Kim. Nice for being here. Yeah, so yeah, as it says here, it says productivity as a strategy for competitive growth of an organization. But let me come back, like I said, to the very beginning. Let me go back to the very beginning, and we're gonna talk again. So in this section, they will be talking about competitive priorities in operations, the importance of competitive strategy, which we'll talk about Potters, the Potters 5 forces and all that kind of stuff when it comes to like strategy and stuff like that, right? And also obviously the productivity as a strategy. Now, there is a difference between strategy. All right, there is a difference between strategy. 'Cause I did make notes on that. There is a difference between strategy, right, and self competitiveness, right? So sometimes you could be competitive in terms of productivity and stuff, but strategy actually is like long term. So that's why Boeing decided to create the 787, and then they decided to create the that's why Boeing also decided to do the 777X, because obviously competitive wise they want to ensure that they're basically in the market, and they also trying to change the market. They want to be the leaders of the market. They want to design the plane that is very attractable to meet the exact point of the market within the next how the market will look in the next 5 years, 10 years. So they want to meet that market. Obviously, we know that fuel is too expensive. Fuel is expensive for vehicles, it's expensive for planes and all that. And there isn't the sort of income and stuff like that in the market. So competitiveness in terms of like the business and like ensuring like they have the right planes at the right time, that type of thing. So yeah, a lot of things when it comes to like business, and obviously productivity is one, but marketing, so Boeing obviously wanted to make sure obviously they didn't do too well with some of the marketing. For example, the 767, the 400, like we talk about the ER, and also like with the 747-8, not many companies got those aircraft, even if it's slightly like they're expecting that as they change more the aircraft, revolutionize it, more people are going to buy it. Whereas, for example, the Neos, when people move on to the CEOs, they go on to the Neos, that kind of thing. But Boeing was trying to see they could do the same thing, move on from the 757, 767 to go on to the the 787, for the 777 to now the 777X. They try to do the same thing from the 737 to the Max. They're trying to change over, which is as a business strategy, in terms of trying to keep the technology going so that people get more of the latest technology and stuff. So you could see what happens if you don't market it properly. It becomes a bit of a problem if you don't market it properly. Yeah. I don't know if you're still here. Are you still here or you're not here? Are you still here, Kim, or you're not here? Jared, are you here or you're not here? I'm not sure. You guys, I think that's the thing, YouTube have to do that, YouTube have to be like Instagram, and like try to tell people like who's here and who's there, because if like who's here, who's not here. Don't even know who's on the live sometimes, or who's not on the live. She said yes. Oh, you're there. Oh, nice. Oh, good. Yes. So yeah, so let me continue what I was saying. Yeah. So in terms of like they're talking competitive priorities and operations, over here they're talking about the functional. Now that's the thing. Functional objectives or functional objectives of, let's say we use Boeing as example. Or some of the areas that they're obviously trying to work on or try to fix is, yes, both the marketing as well as operations. But one of the big part that is hindering them now is a lot of the finance and the accounting part of it. So as you guys or those who know, look how Boeing is trying to, they have to cut back on the business, cut back in certain ways because of the whole finances, right? Like for example, the fact that they had the max crashes, the 2 crashes, the finances wasn't there. You have to pay out all these people, the businesses, the people that who left the business and all that kind of stuff. So the finances, Boeing is not the big reputational business like it was from back then. So they've lost a lot of money, a lot of money along the way. After them crashes and all that other stuff, you have to go for that rigorous testing, which costed a lot of money to get the 737 Maxes and them, tested and working properly. So yeah, so that's one thing. So finances. So here it says the operation wants to minimize cost and thoughts time, for throughput time and higher, and prefer higher volume, standardized production with long runs. All right, so that's for the operations in terms of creating high volumes within the production time and that kind of thing. Right, so if you can't deliver if you can't deliver enough based on how much the market needs and that kind of thing, then you're basically going to be short. And let's say if you put it in a business standpoint as well, it's almost the same thing. So like in any other business, like a lot of times people don't even know how many, and I did a course on that just last semester, in terms of knowing how much resources you should have, right? Knowing how much resources you should have, because there's an element between how much you have behind and how much the market needs, so that in that way you always meet in the time, or else you'll end up having way too much or having way too less. So you have all of these things, like Boeing and them obviously have to scale down, and that's why they had to cut back on a lot of things, because there wasn't much of a big market. So they had to make sure they always had the right amount of aircrafts and right amount of people, obviously laborers and all kinds of things there to try to in terms of operations, to keep the business streamlined. But marketing, like I say here, marketing needs as much variety as possible to satisfy the broad preferences of its customers in order to maximize sales and never delay or refuse a customer's request. Yeah, as that just said there, pretty sure you guys, and like I said before a while ago, finance or accounts wants to minimize inventory that ties up capitals, and here, which I did last semester, another course as well, in terms of LIFO, FIFO and stuff, which is to do with operations management and stuff like that. So yeah, they don't want to have extra planes like they did in the for example, in COVID, when Boeing and them, or even Airbus or any of the companies had a lot of aircraft in the desert. Because why? Because the desert is drier, the planes doesn't rot, so they can't leave it. They wouldn't leave it in some of the countries and rot, because it rot a lot faster if you leave it there for a year and stuff like that. Whereas if you put it in the desert or a certain area within the world and stuff like that, it saves the aircrafts a lot more. Obviously that's strategic in terms of how they went about it, and they didn't need all of these aircrafts because there wasn't much of a market, so they had to put some of them in the graveyard junction and that kind of thing, to try to manage the capital and stuff, because you don't want to have excess capital. Excess capital only means storage. Now I'm trying to use St. Lucia now, for example. St. Lucia, man, we've had so much shipment and all these things, and then all of this shipment just there lingering there, so much so that the port is now saturated, right? Literally, the port in St. Lucia is so saturated, they have no space to put vehicles or anything like that, right? And that's the situation when it comes to like marketing and capital and all these kind of things. Yes, you people see vehicles and stuff, the government trying to portray, yes, you can get levies and all these things, what they call concessions and whatever, because of let's say hybrid and whatever. You want people to buy it so that the government get cut, but you'll have no capacity for it. You'll have too much storage. You'll have bringing down so much of these things that you'll have to put a system in place to let people take the stuff out. So in that way, it doesn't get congestion. They have congestion on the port. There's the roads, not enough roads, and now we want to do something about it. And that's what the government in St. Lucia are trying to do about it. Now, this page is not about political or anything like that. It's just the fact that in terms of business and stuff, having too much capital, for example, capital could be not necessarily money, but businesses that can become things that can become cash. Like, you know how you can convert long-term asset, short-term, sorry, you can term liquidity. The word is liquidization, when you change something into cash, right? So some of these long-term assets, you can convert them into cash, right? And stuff like that. In other words, into revenue and whatever, or put it that way. So some of these things, some of these assets, you know, they're just there lingering and that kind of thing, you know. So capital, put it that way. So some of this capital, like, they have to try to generate something out of it. But if you just have things lingering there, it's actually more costly to just being there lingering around, for different reasons. And obviously that's why Boeing had to do a lot of things. So David Cowan and all of them had to do a lot of things. And I listened to David Cowan hearing in the court last year, because obviously he was the CEO of Boeing, ended up resigning because of too much pressure from media, from everybody, families, everything. And a lot of that is because obviously he tried to do things to try to minimize Boeing, to try to cut back so that they don't have excess capital and all these kind of things. You have to do things which will be tough, which I'm not saying I'm on David Cowan's side, but in terms of Boeing or in terms of any business, sometimes driving back sales, cutting back on some of your supplies and all these things comes with a detrimental effect on a lot of things. And Boeing and then all these other companies, you know, Airbus and all of them have to go through that every day, figuring out what's the right business tactic to go about long-term, and financing and accounting, and not tying up capital and stuff like that. Yeah, so that is one of the things. And obviously, let's say, single corporate business strategy must coordinate and integrate the activities while major functions. Well, let's say if you look at competitive priorities, for example, one of the obviously competitive priorities, for example, Boeing or one of them, would be on quality, cost, things like that. Because every year when they have the air show, they talk about, you know, different things to try to get more sales, more revenue, and that kind of thing. When they have the Paris air shows and all these kind of things, it's all about competition, man. It's all about trying to generate that sort of, you know, price, a good pricing, like any other business. You're trying to reduce your cost and stuff. It could be based on pricing. It could be based on, again, like I said, time in the market, because time is also a very big thing when it comes to operations. Now, operations could be long-term or short-term, depends on what side of the market that you're in. I said, yep, I'd like to, to chime in? Yeah, man, good to see you, man, Ashton. Yeah, good to see you, Ashton, man. How are you, man? Yeah, so I'm just here talking about, like, in terms of business and all them companies and all of them. Yeah, man, you can put your 2 cents in, Ashton, as well, when it comes to, I'm here discussing all of these things in terms of competitive priorities. I think you've been in the aviation industry for a while, Ashton, as well, so you can, you know, give a little insights as well when it comes to competitive priorities in terms of, let's use Boeing, good went to airline and business management. Yes. So I'm here actually talking about, like, business management and operations and stuff like that, because I am actually doing some courses and stuff like that on that right now. not necessarily through Boeing, but part of my work that I am doing, or part of the thesis and all these kind of things I have to do is based on to do with business. So I would use whichever businesses and stuff like that. Obviously, I like aviation, so I can talk a little bit about that. I said I'm in Discord. Are you? Just now, give me a second. Let me see. Oh, in Discord. Oh, hey man. Oh, good to see you. All right, let me see. Hopefully this doesn't crash. Hey man, how you doing? Oh, I'm okay. Okay. So yeah. Oh, you the right person to talk about like aviation as well in terms of competitiveness and all those kind of things.
Correct.
Yeah, man. So you have the floor. Yeah, talk about, I don't know, quality, time, all these things, man. What do you think about Boeing and all these things? What do you think Boeing doing right now in terms of scaling the business and stuff? Because I'm pretty sure you probably know about the whole David Cowan, the whole hearing last year, and then they're talking about things that they had to do and trying to scale down on the business and everything like that. So
Yeah. So when it comes down to cost effectiveness and trying to scale back,
yeah,
Boeing had to redesign its game plan. Instead
yeah,
of being able to push, now they had to scale back by 60 to 75% on production line because you want quality and you want it
right,
to come out proper now. The airline industry is a massive fighting arena as we know it.
yeah, yeah,
Boeing versus Airbus,
right,
Embraer versus Bombardier.
right,
So when you look at the major airline manufacturers, Boeing, Airbus, Embraer, um, along with Bombardier, you're trying to compete for a specific margin or a specific market. Boeing looks for reliability and distance just as well as Airbus. So, like
yeah.
for
So
example, when it
which,
comes down to, go ahead.
yeah, which makes sense, which makes a lot of sense in terms of, because from what I'm decoding as well, it sounds of a lot of positioning, which, you know, one of the first few things I've learned in operations management, like I'm doing right now, is businesses positioning themselves, right? So a lot of what you're saying here is
Correct.
based on positioning yourself, that kind of thing, isn't it?
Correct. So when you
Yeah,
position the company in a per okay, and when you position a company in a perplexed position, you want to dominate. So now that
yeah,
we've known that the Boeing 738 has been a dominant aircraft in the market, we
yeah,
know that it's reliable. Okay, the airplane has capabilities that Airbus wasn't able to deliver. You understand?
yeah,
Now
yeah,
that Airbus is now delivering capabilities there where Boeing is now falling down on, you look at the competitive edge. So now Airbus has the competitive edge. Your replacement for your 757 is the A321 XLR.
all right, yeah,
So we're
exactly.
looking at range, we look at cost, we look at fuel burn, um, we look at where the airplane can now do all of this and still save you fuel. Versus Boeing now. Boeing has no replacement for the 757, so they've lost that transcontinental market.
Yeah, you know, that's what I was mentioning that about like 20 minutes ago. So like from time of this 757, the trans, which is the one from like New York going into like London, or let's say Munich, because they only use the seven, you know, only one company like United Airlines, for example, using the 767-400. Like they couldn't sell the 767-400s, they couldn't sell the 787, sorry, the 747-8 and stuff like that, because you know the market, and that market is like, it's so hard, it was hard for them to get that transatlantic market. Yeah,
Right. So when you have an airline that has capitalized on a specific market, let's say for example like British Airways. British Airways has a specific market where you have New York to JFK. That's usually operated on a
yeah,
747 back in the day, or a 777 if they were feeling it, depending on load factors. So you look at economic capabilities along with the range. So let's
yeah,
say, for example, if they like how they did the Bahamas, for example.
Yeah.
They did London Heathrow to Nassau, Bahamas. Certain days you have Grand Cayman in the route, and certain days you have Providence, Yalis, Turks and Caicos. So
Right.
you have a branch network. The company is looking at maximizing this 777-200 LR
Yeah.
to facilitate two destinations with one airplane. So you would call it like a connecting base. So we know that
Right.
today is Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Today is Sunday. They would have done Nassau, London Heathrow, Nassau, Bahamas to Grand Cayman. That is the
Right.
final stop. Grand Cayman would come back to Nassau and then go back to London Heathrow because it's
Right.
a branch market. They're getting two stops in one airplane. So you look at economic operations. So you cut back on fuel burn, you cut back on days of keeping an airplane out, and you cut back on losing market revenue because, hey, guess what? We've done two stops, one airplane, and we were able to save, let's say, 30% fuel on the airplane range. So once that plane is in Grand Cayman, it doesn't have to pick up fuel like that. It top off and then come back, gets to the Bahamas, top off. They don't have to take on extra fuel. That plane now does its 8-hour or 6-hour or 7-hour journey back to London Heathrow. So market-wise, we have competitivity,
Right.
we have movement, we have economical growth, and we've also contributed to the region. The airplane was there.
Right.
The airplane did its stop. They didn't have to spend too much money on fuel, and the airplane was able to do two on one leg.
Yeah, I see. That makes a lot of sense, isn't it? So that comes back.
Yeah. So
That comes back to like like in terms of flexibility, isn't it? Yeah. Right.
Correct. So instead of me losing an airplane that's been out there for 8 hours or 6 hours, that airplane is just sitting there. That's
Right.
costing the company money.
Exactly.
The longer the
Yeah.
airplane is on the ground,
Right.
the lot more money you spend.
Yeah. So that comes up in terms of like from what I'm reading here, as well as functional objectives. So one of them, a lot of times people think about just operations. If you have labor and just the technology, like that's the only thing people think is, yes, you have marketing obviously, but one of the big problem or big thing is finance or accounting or capital, like having aircrafts in inventory, having too much inventory, too much stocks, too much aircrafts not getting certain routes, then it actually ties up everything. So you have to free up the and stuff like that, try to maximize and not tie up your capital and stuff like that, so yeah.
So the airline industry is designed
Yeah.
as a competitive market where everyone competes against each other, but certain airlines are able to bring certain things to the table that will benefit somebody else. So
Right.
when you look for
Yeah.
a code share agreement or an alliance agreement such as One World, Star Alliance, and
Yeah.
the Sky Team brand, every airline gets something out of this share. So if American can't get you to London at 5 o'clock, we know
Right.
that British Airways can get you there at 5 o'clock, and we know
Yeah.
you can't get to London Heathrow at 8 o'clock.
Right.
British Airways, American now cover that leg.
So
being able to book American legs on a British Airways leg is perfect. Being able to book a British Airways on a Iberia leg is perfect because guess what? The airline still makes money because I'm producing passengers to your main line in order for you to get them where they have to go.
So you see why it's important, like in terms of the positioning and in terms of, because we talk about that from, in terms of the picture that you put it, but if you look at it based on as well as from the actual, let's say for example the airports and stuff, like if you don't have the infrastructure to do that in terms of getting the money there, then you wouldn't be able to do it. For example, what I'm trying to say, let's say for example, having whether it's like the British Airways in certain ports and stuff like that in NASA or different places, then you wouldn't be able to accommodate, effectively, like like British Airways connecting to these countries and stuff like that. As we know, British Airways comes to the Caribbean a lot, so they would obviously take up the market because position themselves in the market because they have a lot of things, the infrastructure and everything set up in a way where they would be they take up majority of, and not just in terms of operations, but I mean ticket wise, how they organize the tickets, you know, how they organize the tickets and
So,
stuff like that.
so your tickets are based on three main factors when it comes down in the travel industry. You got taxes, right?
Mm.
So you have taxes, fuel, and distance.
Yeah.
How long the airplane is going to be out there for
All right.
determines how airport taxes. You have to be able to pay landing fees, and you have to be able to pay ground staff. Okay, and then you also have to look at the other factor of saying that, hey, we gotta make this route profitable.
So let me ask
So
you, yeah, to not cut you short. Let me ask you a question here, right? Does that mean, based on everything you're saying there, let's look at geographically the Caribbean. We know our economies are not the best and stuff like that. Does that mean necessarily that we will always, or the aircrafts, as you know, we know about pilot stuff because, you know, we fly plane. So we know about the cost index and stuff like that. And we know generally the lower the cost index, you know, it's more like the aircraft goes slower and all that kind of stuff. So they say, and it does put into account wages as well as land, you know, cost and stuff to the airport. So all this kind of thing. So is it a case where we're always going to be traveling slow from the Caribbean because of logistical wise, it's not a lot. So we're always going to be traveling slow, and the flights are always going to be longer than 9 hours or something like that, going back and forth in Caribbean. Or is it a case where it could be amended to make things a lot quicker?
It can be amended. But the only issue to the amendment would be layovers. So let's say St. Lucia to Providenciales, Turks and Caicos. Inter-Caribbean has a nice routing network, okay? And they're still continuing to grow. Inter-Caribbean was never, or as they were formerly known as Air Turks and Caicos, they were never an airline that was actually out there in terms of, you know, movement of packs. They had their reliable guests, customers, or passengers. But you know, the airline was able to sustain itself over the years. Now, what also made that work was their marketing routine and the rebranding of the company. Okay, so let's say St. Lucia to Turks and Caicos, you got in there. Let's say you want to go to Cuba or you want to go to Jamaica. Inter-Caribbean has a perfect route network that gets you in there because they're going to get you there and then keep you going. So you look at reliability when it comes to connectivity. So it's not just saying,
that's very important. Yeah.
So geographically, we look at that factor because if I need to get to Cuba or Jamaica, I have to go through Turks and Caicos. And the only airline I know that can get me there is Inter-Caribbean. Inter-Caribbean has a perfect market. It can get me to Jamaica, it can get me to Cuba, Bahamas, San Juan, whatever, because they have a dominant market presence in that area.
All right. So can for example, because we know the whole Liat crisis and all that kind of stuff with Liat, can Liat change and get themselves back in the market?
Yes, they can. Remember, again, the airline industry is a gamble, so you're taking a risk. With the financial backing that I've seen that they've been having, they're rebranding. They have an Embraer, they have an ATR. It has to start small somewhere for you to balance your accounts first.
But
to be able to cover airplanes.
All right. So that comes back to the whole accounts, finance and stuff like that, right? The finance.
So you know, you have. And remember, like I said, the longer the airplane is on the ground, the more
money costs and stuff like that. Right.
So you know, you want to keep the airplane flying. The more the airplane is in the air, the more money you make. And you know, that was something that I had to learn when I adapted in the airline industry. I can't keep an airplane on the ground for so long because the faster I get this plane to go and the faster it can come back, the faster it can pick up another leg.
So I have a question, you know, and that question actually is, I mean, it's slightly it's probably not off topic, but it's something I actually wanted to know from my own self personally. Like, what you actually saying here in terms of like the aircraft turns around to try to take off again, right? So they try to do the turnaround time as quickly as possible, which makes sense, right? In terms of trying to make money and not just keep it on the ground, just say wasting time, taking up a lot of space, congestion, you know, money losing because X, Y, and Z can't get gates, stuff like that, right? So the question now is, let's say in the terms of the Caribbean, for example, what happens when, like, let's use this, because I was telling myself, look how long it took this aircraft, right, to move from where it was in St. Martin when the aircraft, you know, the crash thing to the WestJet. But my question here is, does WestJet and them, because I'm telling myself, does British Airways have the entire logistical team in every country? Because, like, let's say if something landing gear gets destroyed and something like that, what's going to happen to that aircraft if it does get destroyed at the airport and stuff like that? Like, does British Airways have the logistical team on the ground to fix that, or they send a crew or send some people across to try and get certain things done or whatever? Is that the case to do with the Caribbean?
So to answer your question,
Yeah.
yes, they do have a logistical team.
Okay.
Every airline has a logistical team.
Okay. All
Or
right.
just about most of the carriers that I know. Reason being, companies like WestJet that fly 24/7, companies like Air Canada that flies 24/7, British Airways, Iberia, any airline that's large has a logistical team, and their dispatch department works 24/7. So if something goes wrong, there has to be a backup plan in place. Now, in the case of WestJet, that airplane is on the ground until investigations are completed. The insurance company decides whether it's repairable or not, and then they will go from there. The airplane, I personally think the airplane is not repairable because the strut went through the wing.
Ah. Because
Okay. You look at damages, and based on the damage factor determines if the airplane can be flown or not. Now, remember, the reason why I said the logistical team is always in play because um, Boeing has something in Costa Rica where you can repair airplanes and facilities and maintenance. You have certain locations like in Brea. Some guys are trained to fix multiple airplanes or repair multiple airplanes. These guys have certifications. This is why aircraft mechanics are actually one of the most appreciated teams in the airline industry when it comes to running a company because, again, maintenance is not a cheap cost. Okay, airplane sitting down for so many months and years is not a cheap cost because you're still paying for these airplanes. In order for you to pay for these planes, they have to fly, and if you can't fly the airplane, you can't pay for it.
yeah, Mike, I think probably one of the reasons why I'm asking that as well is because as I'm doing a lot of like university stuff as well, it's like learning a little bit more about the aviation industry. And I mean, I learn about they have certain things to do with like being a pilot or even like air traffic controls and stuff like that. But you don't really hear much about like, okay, in terms of the infrastructure to do with like fixing aircrafts and stuff like that for if in case you do have issues. So in terms of the business, I'm thinking, well, how does British Airways and them get a competitive edge and all that kind of stuff to try and keep in the market if there is not enough of, let's say, for example, like people to fix the airplanes and stuff in the Caribbean? Because I'm like, so where are the people? Where is the school in? Where is the school in the Caribbean for
No,
maintenance?
so
Where?
there is no Caribbean regional school for it.
Okay.
If the company gets their airplanes off of the factory line, the maintenance team is schooled at Boeing or Airbus. You have to get your qualifications and your certifications. Okay, there
Okay,
is
right.
no
Oh, okay,
specific.
okay.
Now, if you go to school to do basic maintenance, you have multiple schools across the United States, certain schools in the South America region and the Latin America region. Now, these massive companies like Copa,
Yeah.
um, Mero Mexico, British Airways, Air Canada, WestJet, these companies already had sent their teams to their maintenance team to go to school to be prepared to fix these airplanes. Then you come home and you're now a chief engineer. Your job is to now train these guys to fix the airplanes. After they've already completed their courses at the
Right.
company sends the employees over to train for the specific airplane or sit their exams so they can get their licenses to repair these airplanes. So if you're a licensed mechanic to fix an Airbus, you're only supposed to fix an Airbus. If you're a licensed mechanic to fix a Boeing, you're not supposed to be fixing a Cessna airplane, even though you started there.
Mm. Fair
Okay.
enough. Yeah, because I
Now,
tell.
Now, if you hold multiple licenses to fix certain particular airplane, that's the only way that's going to work. Remember, the airline industry is governed by the FAA and whatever, and civil aviation of whatever country.
Oh, right. So in that case, like, let's say if you're into like, for example, because I know in terms of the ATC, for example, like all the countries have their own air traffic control regulators and stuff like that. For example, like let's use St. Lucia for example. You have what do they call them again? Look, I forget the name of it. But the airport authorities, and then they have Trinidad and them who like you go and do the schooling and stuff in Trinidad, and actually
So
the
your
FAA.
airport authorities really focus on governing the airport.
Right. Yeah. So it's like
So
so it's like basically like they're just authority for like the airports and
for the
stuff,
airport,
but generally,
but when it comes, so
yeah,
you
when
have
it
the
comes,
civil aviation department.
right,
So
yeah,
your civil aviation department is
right,
responsible for
it's
governing
responsible for
your
governing
airline
airlines,
industry
right,
in that country. So let's
right,
say like the Bahamas has the BCAA, Bahamas Civil Aviation Authority.
right,
These guys are responsible for making sure that the airline certificates are intact, the flight attendants and pilots licenses are intact or are accounted for, or they're not expired. So each country has its own
right. It's on like
aviation
aviation
authority
authority to make sure,
correct.
yeah, which means at the end of
Because you can't
yeah,
fly, you can't
yeah,
make it. If your license is expired, you can't fly into the U.S. You're not supposed to be flying
yeah,
at all. That airline automatically gets a fine.
yeah. I mean, it's how I get to understand it as well, because like like I say, I'm trying to get to learn a little bit more about the whole aviation industry. I am obviously an half geek. So yeah, so for example, like you said, like the authorities, you get your certification, but let's say for example British Airways, it's a Boeing plane. So or for example or for example,
What's up?
hey man, yeah, I was just having a discussion here. So yeah, so if we're talking about
Hey, look, I'm standby.
yeah, we're just having a bit of a discussion here. So yeah, in terms of like the actual like for ATC, like let's say it's like governed by the regulatory, so like FAA or let's say ICAO, which is European, right? So then they would be like which is I think if I remember, I think there's Eastern Caribbean. I think there's a whole Eastern Caribbean board that's in charge of making sure, they give the certificates to, in terms of on behalf of the FAA, and then those certificates will be passed on to whoever qualifies as whether it's an air traffic controller or whether it's an attendant, anything like that.
So it is also governed. So you still have to attend the school and get your FAA
Still have to get your
certifications.
certifications, your FAA
You handle
certifications.
that.
All right.
So when the government says, okay, Miguel, I'm going to now assign you as an air traffic controller, you have to be able to sit those exams and pass those exams.
All right.
Okay. After you sit and you pass those exams from the U.S. region,
Yeah.
you now take that same knowledge that you would have grasped from there, and you will now apply that knowledge to the civil aviation region of your country. Because remember, again, we're dealing with different types of airspaces, so you have to be specifically specifically licensed to handle that specific airspace. So when the airline industry is governed 100% by its authorities, it's governed by its authorities. If the country is not holding up its standards, then the country
Jonathan. Yeah, Jonathan says echo. Yeah, he says echo.
Okay, so it's echo. So
yeah, that's the one, right? That's the one.
If ECHA is not hold accountable to do it, they're going to now lose their operational standard or their operational license, and it has to now be taken over by another territory until they can get it intact.
But my issue there with all of that is now, like, you have a case where everybody has to go through, like, what's the it starts to think of like, okay, for some of these businesses to stay afloat, for example, let's say whether business British Airways or American Airlines or whatever, everybody has to go through this whole certification process. And yet it is a lot of cost, because now you have people have to go through different types of schooling and stuff. Let's say if you wasn't into aviation, now for you to get into aviation you have to go through this whole schooling, so you have to go and do double schooling again. So I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, so
the whole process is like going back for a whole school, and not like you can just do whatever courses and then they transfer and then you get a little bit of
no, it's not.
schooling. It's not like that, is it?
Transferable like
Yeah, it's not
it's not
transferable like that.
transferable like
Yeah.
that because what
Yeah.
happens is again, the airline industry is a continuous learning industry. Okay, it's evolving by the minute.
All right.
So again, things what would happen that
Yeah.
let's say for example for a pilot might not have been trained to, let's say, a belly landed airplane, hypothetically, just using it as a catchphrase or a statement. If
All right.
that pilot hasn't done a belly landing before, that pilot has to now think outside the box. Okay, let's say you like
All right. So
Sully Sullenberger,
yeah, I mean he's
who
talking there,
flew and
but
landed the airplane on the Hudson. There was no training
I
for
got a
that.
B7
You have to now think out the
767
box in order
300.
for you to make sure determine how can you get this airplane on the ground without losing any lives. So again,
Is that 40,000
your
feet? Yeah.
license to fly this specific airplane and your
Is that
transport
747?
license
Is
to
that
handle
cruise?
passengers is now on the line, and you're trying to figure out how can I now
All
do
right.
this without
I have to get ready to
losing these
descend just now.
license and still keep these passengers alive. So there's a lot on the table when you make a specific decision. And again, sometimes even though you're thinking out the box, it saves these lives. Sometimes you still end up paying the price. And I always had this theory in life: no matter what you do in life, the Pied Piper must always be paid.
So you could see why like competition and stuff is such a vigorous process, right? In terms of like
Yeah, yeah.
it's such a very difficult process in terms of getting everything on the ground running and trying to get a competitive edge, or not just necessarily a competitive edge, but just everything else, like getting people paid, having the systems, having the way to collect money, taxes, all these things is one big massive system to get everything off and running, when it comes to competition and
So remember,
stuff
like
like
I told you.
Yeah.
Remember, like I told you, when you purchase a ticket on any airline, your base fare is technically for fuel. Again, distance. Again, airport security and ground staff. And again, your landing fees. Your airplane is not landing for free. Okay, staff doesn't work for free. Okay, pilots don't work for free. Okay, you got to plan. The plane has to be able to cover the distance with the right amount of fuel. So these are your base factors.
All right, so the Porter 5
So when someone
Porter
says,
5
why is it going to cost me about $600
bosses,
to fly from here to there?
all right.
Last minute seats, the airline.
So the competitive rivals, which is the threats of new entry, the supplier power, the buyer power, the threats of substitution, right?
There's also the
So
hospitality
yeah.
industry. If I only have 2 rooms left in my hotel, the hotel can price them at, let's say, $600, $500, or $400, okay, per night. Because guess what? These are the last 2 rooms. Now, the only way you can beat that is if you.
Let me get ready for the arrival there.
Okay, so the reason why third parties are good, but they're dangerous, is because there's no limitation to booking on a third party scale. Okay, a third party could book you from St. Lucia straight to Japan. The flights are full. You show up there as a first come first serve basis. Remember that.
Right. Yeah.
There's no limit to booking. So by the time it's that actual full fare paying passenger who booked directly with the airline gets there and say, well, I spent X amount of money here at southwest.com and I can't get my seat. You have a disgruntled passenger, because again, this is where a third party edges the company sometimes. Okay, so saying that you have Expedia, you have Booking.com, these companies that handle airline bookings as well. The company still gets a percentage out of that because they're licensed to sell on behalf of an airline.
Yeah, so that would be, see, that's where they like the whole business, and it's never like just one. Oh, what have I done here just now? All right, yeah. So as I said, it's never like one thing by itself. Like it's always like a whole heap of people, entities, and all sort of things together. Running. Yeah.
So it's a gamble. Sometimes now the only disadvantage when you handle a third party is that the airline can't fix the mistake that third party would have made. So there's pros and cons
There you
to
go.
that. The con is you
There you go.
you can't fix the times because you booked the wrong time. You can't fix the
Oh, I've got to fix that.
the
Yeah,
the
I'm not.
date
Oh,
because you
just
booked the
this
wrong
doesn't
date.
work.
These things the airline can't
Ew.
fix. The name change.
That doesn't
the
work
airline can't
for
touch
some
those
reason.
because they're third-party bookings. So you're gonna sit there and you're gonna now make your problem the airline's problem because you booked through a third party, and that shouldn't be.
Yeah, we always seem to be getting. People tend to get that problem there, and then they'll tell you, "Wait, did you book for Expedia?" You know, you get that.
Because the airline can see that. Oh, I only paid X amount of money for my ticket. Perfect. That's nice. But now you have a problem. You have to call them
Yeah.
and tell them you need to fix the problem or change the name or they misspelled the letter in your name. That's the only way it can work.
But it is a bit of a business tactic. You could tell, like, it's a bit of a business tactic in a way to try to money making
has to be
things.
made.
Because some people would think, okay, yeah, some problem happened, but then they'll forget you didn't book it directly with British Airways or whatever the case may be. So, yes, they will look after certain things, but they will not look after every little thing. So there is a problem in terms of how you do book the ticket and so you know what I found, because I actually took a flight from Manchester going down into British to London and then stuff like that, and there was a bit of a problem where the plane ended up leaving late and we didn't end up catching on to our second flight. So operation, obviously we booked in on Expedia and stuff like that, but the problem is a good thing. I mean, I booked a ticket that is slightly where if any problem happened or whatever case, they were supposed to look after us and stuff like that. Now Expedia does have, you know, different type of deals where you can end up booking without bags. You can end up booking without, if something happened on that day, that's your fault. That's your problem to deal with. So there is deals, which is like a third party business, like you were rightfully saying there. So you could see like there is a whole way the ticketing and everything like that. That is part of, obviously, you know, in terms of operations and all of that, so that people, you know, they have to work that out. Obviously, the airlines between all of these third party, because Expedia is not the only one people are going to use. They're going to use all the different other businesses, you know, and stuff like that. So it is a very important point here in terms of how you deal with how they deal with the ticketing part and stuff like that, which you're rightfully saying here.
So now the only way the airline would assume responsibility for your misconnects or for their issue that they created, they have to now go out and get you new tickets. So this is where the airline falls down or trying to keep a massive on-time performance as much as possible because we have connecting passengers. Now, if you book through a third party, let's say your ticket, when you book this through the third party, your ticket takes you from Nassau to Orlando to LAX, for example. The airline can tag your bag straight through because we can see the portions, or the airlines can see the continuing portions. The airline is going to now transfer your bag from Nassau to Miami to Orlando, or Nassau, Orlando to Atlanta, wherever it might be, and on to your final destination of LAX. So if, let's say, American did that Nassau or Miami portion, and then you have to connect on United to Houston, and then Houston on to LAX, and American is not on time, American has to now fix that problem because their problem was that the flight was late. The airline has to fix it. That's a law. That is a law. That is in place for a reason.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, there is a lot of laws for certain things to it. I think
that's in place that protects you to get to LAX. Whether American got you to that point late and you are ahead of your connecting time, or you will pass your connecting time because their plane had breakdown. If you get to a United gate in Houston and you say, well, American was running late, they're going to tell you go back to American. You know why? That's American's problem.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. See, another thing,
The law is in place for American to get you to LAX because you were rightfully within your 3 hour in transit time.
Yeah, it's quite a lot, yeah.
So when people be like, well, American only got me here like by the skin of my teeth. The best way for you to make it from gate to gate is without a check bag. Or if you do have a check bag, continue on and your bag will follow later. Don't make a big deal out of the bag situation.
There we go.
Okay?
All right.
Your bag is coming.
Yeah, that's another logistical. That's another logistical thing, huh?
Laws are in place to protect the passengers. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes the airlines take advantage of the law or try to, manipulate it a bit. But there are laws in place to protect passengers as long as you're within your 3-hour connection time.
Here we go.
Or everything is booked within that 3-hour connection table.
Just give me a second here.
If the 3-hour connection table does not exist in your flight, in your itinerary, you're screwed.
All right, so it says. All right, yeah, just give me a quick second. I'm just doing something. All right. So, DEBRL. There you go. Oh, I didn't actually put all of that on. Oh. So, here I am. So I have to actually go over there. Let me just direct to the. There we go. All right, fine. All right, so let's get LNAV and VNAV. All right, so yeah. Just preparing for the arrival section. Yeah, so man, it's a lot, especially in terms of like competitiveness. Like you rightfully spoke about a lot of things there, literally from the ground up. Ticketing, suppliers, operations.
No airline will allow you.
Yeah.
No airline will allow another airline to outshine them.
Yeah, they're always gonna try to do things.
A brand is a brand.
Yeah.
Delta brand, the American brand, the United brand.
Right.
One of the most recent airlines that have been having issues is Spirit. Spirit has filed Chapter 11 twice in 1 year.
Yeah, can you imagine that?
What's the next move for the company? They have to demote pilots back to first officers.
What was? Let's use this. What was one of the big factors in that whole Spirit thing? Is it a case of suppliers, something like tickets? Is it that they couldn't generate a market? Is it a case of the SWOT analysis, anything like stuff like that, strengths, weaknesses? I don't know, anything to do with that business, and they couldn't dominate.
Your books are not matching up to your revenue.
All right.
Your planes are flying, but you're not making money.
You're not making money.
Okay.
All right.
We have to figure out how can we now re-strategize the company to make.
But it's weird because I'm telling myself, isn't they operating just like how like a Ryanair and them, like low cost type of business and stuff like that? So how is it that they
low cost is good, but business is slow.
All right.
Everyone has a season. Passengers have to travel. Yes, money isn't there. Correct, it's not. But
right,
if you're gonna operate, let's say for example, your route market is growing, but there's no revenue. It makes no sense. So I'm not going to fly an airplane all the way to Atlanta with 30 passengers on it. That makes no sense.
And it's terrible, isn't it?
I'm not going to send a plane to Tampa with only 15 passengers on it. No, I don't have an economical plane that's going to now fit in this route. So now, let's say, like for example, Silver Airways. Silver Airways had dominated the market between Fort Lauderdale and Tampa because they had economical airplanes to fly the route.
But what happened to them now?
Because of poor money management. They weren't paying the bills. The money wasn't coming in for them to cover what they were doing. When you spread your market so wide, but you only have so many planes, your money is going to burn out faster because you have delays, you have cancellations, you have to pay for these things. Anytime a flight cancels, you have to now scramble to find passengers, accommodation. The airlines are responsible for that.
So question now, in that case, we or those who know about in terms of Australia with Qantas and Ed, what's his name again? What's his name again? Ed Caron, or I forgot his name. Is Caron, right? And also the Caron, to do with Boeing as well. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a case where Boeing basically tried, firing a lot of people, this and that, whatever they had to do, cut scale, whatever, to try to meet the market and avoid them same bankruptcy problems, right? And also, well, Australia, eventually when everything came out, found out that they've secretly fired a lot of people during COVID and all kind of thing, just to keep up to the books, right? But they did it illegally for a lot of ways, right? I don't know the full details. I don't want to be a he say, she say, right? But based on some of the preliminaries of what people know about, is that basically fired a lot of people, because obviously the business is trying to do what they have to do to try to match the books. So to avoid being like Silver Airways, like you basically saying here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So now most companies
Get a little bit of something to eat, yeah.
have most companies have unions.
Mm.
Okay. The union knows the industrial law of any land. The union is there to represent these employees, because you cannot do any illegal industrial actions.
Mm.
Okay.
All right.
Now, if you do an illegal industrial action and the union doesn't know about it, the union has a right to stop operation. The union protects the employees.
Right.
That's why most companies don't really encourage having unions around. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if I want to, okay, so let's say for example, like how I run the virtual, and we don't have a union, okay, and I say, okay, Miguel, I no longer need your services. I'm terminating you because you've been laughing too hard or whatever the cause might be, or you're causing airplane damage. You have a right to a fair trial. The union is supposed to represent you. You were supposed to find any employee who's senior in the company in line with me or under me, and then they will fight your case. That's how a union works. Or a union is represented to know the law of the company or the rules and regulations of the company. I can't fire you off the rip because of that. No. I have to have probable cause.
Right.
Okay.
Definitely.
So if you let's say get into an altercation with somebody at the company, someone, there has to be company, disciplinary actions. That's something different. But as long as there's a union in place to protect the employees, you're not supposed to take an illegal action on any employee, because there's a union that has to be involved. So that's why a lot of companies try to run away from the union side of things.
I think that's why a lot of business companies, and generally in the whole, don't like to discuss a lot of things with the company unions. And I think obviously in Australia, and obviously that's why pressure was on Kawan and he had to resign, or he basically left his post.
He's done a lot, because he had to do illegal things to try and make things work. So now with Spirit, with you filing Chapter 11 twice in 1 year, you have to now come up with an agreement. I gotta demote some captains back to first officers. I gotta send some pilots back to the classroom. I have to send some pilots home to sit down for a couple of weeks.
Oh boy.
That's the only thing that can work for the company until they can restructure their finances. Okay. If Spirit has a lucrative, like Fort Lauderdale, Spirit is that's a hub for Fort Lauderdale. That's a lucrative market for Spirit, because they dominate the Latin and Southern America region from Fort Lauderdale. There's no competition really for them like that. Okay, Azul could send one A330 300 or A330 900 into a particular airport. One, Spirit has about 4 or 5 planes going in and coming out at the same time. Okay. Your plane is in full, but you got multiple planes up there. Sometimes you got to scale back, make 2 flights, one, make some adjustments to the schedule, send that pilot who's supposed to go down to, let's say for example, wherever, Barbados or wherever, send him now to LAX. Because guess what? That plane now no longer exists for you to fly.
You see, and I think that's why like they try to like they have some other routes, right? The other day was it? I think it was 2 days ago. I was looking at Barbados to Frankfurt. It's slightly seasonal. I'm like, why when I look for it actually in the real world, it's not there anymore. That Barbados to Frankfurt routing, it's not there anymore. And I'm like,
it's a seasonal market.
It's a seasonal market.
It's
I'm
a
like,
seasonal route.
So
the only time you'll see that route appear back now is winter or summertime. You don't need to fly that route every day.
All right.
You fly that route every day, you know it's gonna happen. You're gonna like that airplane can't pay for itself.
No, that's what I'm telling myself. The amount of money, right? It probably costing like, especially to go to Frankfurt, that is probably so expensive as well. Like people probably for a company, probably that route might not be affordable to a lot of people. But obviously they know it's a market where people do want to go straight to Germany or something like that. You don't want to have to go to England every single time, because the only route to go to Germany is literally to go to London. You don't want to always have to do that.
Remember, but now this is where geography plays a factor in a situation like that.
Yeah.
British territories.
Oh.
That's only one word. That's all I have to say. British territories.
Yeah, I mean that's the next thing about all of it, right? Like
territories.
Yep.
So what the British can do, the Germans can't do.
Yep.
What the British can do, the Russians can't do.
Yep.
What the Russians can do, the Chinese can't do. Like
So
that. So you have to look at that. Territories is where you figure it out.
So that's why a lot of routes and certain things can be done in terms of business. Like let's say business on a whole. You might want to, all right, you see an opportunity to do this, to do that, but then you have to operate within certain jurisdictions and all sorts of things, and then you can't do certain things.
It's not gonna come off the whim. Now you could say, okay, like for example, American most lucrative route between.
Oh, they have a traffic on my.
Bahamas and.
Oh yeah.
The American most lucrative route right now is Nassau Miami from the Bahamas. They do fly to major of the family of islands, but most of their traffic comes Nassau and Miami. They have about 6 or 7 flights a day.
All right.
Right. Now American gets them here. It is up for Bahamas Air now, which is the nation's airline, to get them from Nassau to wherever they have to go.
American can't. I'm trying to dodge a traffic here.
American can't operate a domestic flight in the Bahamas. That's against the law. Remember, the Bahamas is still a part of the British territory as well, even though we're an independent country.
It's weird, right?
But that's how the territories work. Okay. The only way for you to be able to have a license to operate domestically in the Bahamas is if you're a Bahamian-owned carrier. That's a law. That's a government law. That's a territorial law too. Okay. The only way for the Act 20 to still be in existence is because you still have the Leeward and the Lesser Antilles and the islands down there. Okay. Three countries that'll come together to keep a country's airline existence, because that's an important vital airlift to them. If they didn't care, the LEAT wouldn't have come back.
Yeah, that makes sense. It truly makes sense, doesn't it?
You have to be able to understand the territorial operations behind things as well. So you cannot, American cannot go in any country and fly. They have to apply for a license, a charter license to do that. That plane is a charter.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm semi-decenter just now. I guess, we talk a lot about like example, working capital, all this kind of things. Because obviously that comes into the finance and all these things in terms of trying to manage the books. Because, if obviously, other things, when it comes to financing, they have the actual, like, whether it's receivables. When you look at the books, like you say, like, the actual books, receivables, payables, all these kind of things, the working capital, what you have on the day, or what you have this week. Not necessarily always long term, but what you have this month, what can you do now, or what can you do for the future, that kind of thing. All of these things, like, you know, like you said, people have, you know, businesses have to looking at the actual books and seeing what's possible, and, you know, then they're going to tie into the operations and tell our workers, you know what, I know you guys operate on contract for 8 hours a day. I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we can only operate 6 hours now. For some reason, whatever the case.
Scale back their times.
Yeah, skip back the time. But that's what we're doing.
Scale back their times. You have to also think about it too. You gotta buy parts for the airplanes. You gotta invest into the company. You gotta be able to watch the company grow. So that's not an easy walk in the park for anybody.
Yeah, and that comes into the strategy, right? Like both the marketing, the financing, the operations, like all of these things, these three things takes, you know, into account when it comes to, you know, operations and all that. Let me see. Before,
Be able to answer for these things.
let me see. What else can I talk about? We talk about obviously facilities, all these kind of things, you know, because if British Airways and them, for example, if they don't have the team on the ground, they wouldn't operate like how Virgin at one point, you know, Virgin at one point had a big problem in the Caribbean. That's why Virgin went off. To my understanding and my reading, like Virgin, the amount of things Virgin wanted, like, you know, they wanted hotels that can accommodate families. Caribbean doesn't have family hotels. They don't have family packages. The hotels, they barely have. So they are.
Sometimes you have to realize you have to step out of the market in order for you to. Now, what Virgin brand might work for the UK might not work for a Caribbean island.
Yeah, it might not completely work for Caribbean.
You're bringing airlift to the country, so sometimes you have to. And if they're willing to invest their money into the country to do it, welcome them with open arms. You got to remember too, economically, if the government is funding an airline, the government has to see what's feasible for the government. Okay, so what Virgin might have said, okay, we could do family hotels, just like how they have their family cruises. They make millions of dollars on their Virgin cruises. That is just strictly adults only.
Right. Yo. Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, boy. My scenery pack and I just freaking want to just kill itself. Like everything's out of order.
I expected that. As you have Xplane, and you know, a lot of things with Xplane, you have to just figure out how to do them.
Look what happened. Look at what.
Yeah, I'm on my descent, so I'm not able to explain a lot of that right now. But when I land, then I'll discuss all that. But what I could say is, one of the things that probably might cause your senior and I to get whacked is if you don't have certain things on admin, like administrative mode. I'm talking about your actual file, like being able to make your files read and write properly. So you have to get the parental, you have to actually open the file properties and give it permission or give it the authority to read and write. So else it would sometimes you might not know what you're trying to do or other case. Another problem that could cause that. Yeah, I'll explain all these things afterwards. Another problem could be the SAM. The SAM does have a problem with that. So sometimes the SAM file, the actual SAM file, that does actually cause a lot of problems where some of the files actually shifts order. You know, the SAM is a SAM free, which is the latest SAM thing that has problems, but you have to know how to manually do it. Now I put my SAM on manual, so I actually manually add it to the INI file.
What is that? The SAM thing? I delete the SAM thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's best you delete that because you wouldn't be able to understand how to manage that because it does have a problem. If you're using your auto offer with the SAM, it's going to cause a lot of problem. I have mine on manual. I actually have it on right now, but I have it on manual, so I have a manual input. So I put it like I locked it in the file manually, so it doesn't change order. Because when it changes order, it changes your whole scenery reorder and files end up other places and all kind of crap. So it does that.
So,
Yep.
so after on under my landmark is my under landmark is what? After landmark, under your landmarks is what?
Let me go in my INI file because I actually closed the program I have there. So let me just open that file again. Scenery INI. Where is it? Open. Come on. Alright, so under your landmarks you will have things like your sim haven, things like that, like your sim haven and all that. Or under that, if you don't have sim haven, it will be your libraries, right? So from your
Yes.
so you'll have your libraries.
My libraries.
Alright.
And
So
landmark with my scenery underscore park global airport. And
no. You know, global airport actually goes above that. So that's where your problem is. So if you're not seeing your buildings and stuff because you have your global airports in the wrong place, and that would happen. Your global airports must be on top of your landmarks. It must be on top, exactly on top of the landmarks. Because if you have your scenery, right, and then you want right, and you want your airports on top of global airports, or else you're gonna see default. You're gonna just see default. You will not see your actual payway airports or anything like that.
okay.
So
Okay, so and also my mesh and stuff. My
mesh must
okay, so my mesh is what should my mesh be?
mesh must always be at the bottom. Your mesh must always be at the very bottom. Mesh must always go at the very, very, very bottom.
Okay, so CYYZ-C Toronto mesh. That should be the bottom.
Alright, just now. Because they have airport meshes and they have actual mesh, like the mesh. So if you have airport meshes, the airport meshes would go just above the actual meshes. So in other words, right below your libraries would be the meshes, the airport meshes. Right below the, yeah. And then you put in from your airport mesh, you put in your actual, whether you have auto OFO or any OFO mesh or whatever. So your airport meshes must be on top. So
the Toronto mesh should be. So hold on, Jessica, hold on. So my Toronto mesh should be where?
Guys, actually I will come to all of that in a while. So probably what I'll do is when I land, then I'll come back. So yeah, so I will come back to you guys in the end because I will be landing in just a minute, so but not too long again. Yeah,
Try to better it.
so anyways, Ashton, thanks for that. I am gonna come out of this stuff here because I don't want any problems on the landing there, in terms of
Yeah, I got you right.
yeah, but I really appreciate all that information for coming out and actually speaking on all these things. All right, so guys,
Synopsis.
all right guys, so yeah, I'll be coming out of this survey now. I'll talk to you guys afterwards, okay? When I land, I have like 15 minutes till I land, so all right, I'll be back. All right, so yeah, I just because I'm focused on this stuff here right now, you know, especially with this whole live traffic thing, and you see now it says there's traffic. So where is the traffic? There's traffic below me. I see traffic all around. So if I put it up, so hopefully if I go here, we'll see traffic, and I believe that's the traffic. All right, so here we go. So you guys can see all of that traffic. Look at all of that traffic, especially those days in the distance. So we've been able to see a lot of traffic throughout the entire flight. Here is the other traffic. That's the traffic, the 767-300 that's descending. All right, so you guys seeing all of that? Yeah, man. So it's a lot going on. A lot going on. So yeah, can't wait to actually get things come in and land and that kind of thing. All right, let me see. Did I change my Volanta stuff? Actually, yes. So let me put that back up. So I'm not on VATSIM. So if anybody thinks I'm on VATSIM, I'm actually not on VATSIM. So that's why you're not gonna hear ATC. The next time I do this is episode 1. Episode 2, I'll get the ATC and all that kind of stuff. So now I'm just showing you guys episode 1 in terms of real world operations. To do with coming into airports, you know, departing, all that kind of stuff. So this is we descending, so I put in the 2987 once you pass 18,000 feet, and I will take runway 18. The winds, according to Volanta, for Miami is literally I mean the weather's a bit bad, so there is very bad weather in Miami. So let me just go back up here. Sorry, let me go back up here, so I don't need to use this. I'll use this instead. All right, so Miami is 150 at 11, gusting in 17s, and in 6 statute miles with thunderstorm, rain, mist, scattered 2005. So the weather is literally very, very bad. So we are going to probably need also I have my alternate, which is Fort Lauderdale. So according to see route, all right, we do have runway 08, and we do have the procedure for the go around. All right, so I'm going to put this all the way down, and hopefully we're going to see some traffic as well coming into Miami. So I will put the alright, actually all of it is on. Alright, so everybody knows, and I will take auto brakes too. I mean, I could actually check it out, because I was talking, I didn't have enough time to do all of that. But according to the flight plan, if I go back on the flight plan, I have to have airports, sorry, not airports, the chat. Come out of here, go to chat, yeah, and then we go at the very bottom, not very bottom, but I believe that's the next section here. Here we go. Let's take off. Where are you going? And that's for the landing stuff here. So the runway, it gives us a bit of the information there, so which we could use. But in terms of landing, it says landing, and I will probably zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see. It says runway 12, right? Flaps 30, 12, but the winds have changed. So from when I look at it, 150, we could use runway 12, but I will use runway 8 right, which they generally always use. So we'll continue to use that 8 right. All right, so we are descending. And the weather is terrible, and I actually, you guys see, I'm actually have it on auto. You could put it on manual, but if you want to put the max or the gain, put the gain up here to max. So that way, if you have traffic or if you have weather, then it will show the weather. Yeah. So you guys can see 2987 for the in terms of the the weather stuff, the altimeter. All right, and I will try my best, very, very best, try to do this the right way. I was just talking to one of the guys there. All right, here we go. So descending, I think there's a few traffic around me as well, but not just a few. There's quite a lot of traffic as well. There is is that a Lufthansa? It looks like a DHL. Yeah, it's good to see a lot of traffic around as well. Obviously for the arrival section, look at the amount of traffic they have here. Traffic as well, man. Look at the traffic. 767. You have a lot of the Max there. You have a Cessna 172. You have a DA40. You have a A319, the Rouge 1606. Yeah, you have, was that Southwest 747? You have the JeppView over there going Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, man. If I zoom in, you'll probably even see even more traffic if you zoom in. JeppView. Yeah, you're coming from San Juan actually, going into Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, that's obviously everyday traffic. All right. So, according to that, minimums actually, we put in RA, which is, I'm going to put a radio of 200. We do have the minimums. Put 200. It says climb. So which traffic is that? Hold on. That's the live traffic, obviously. It's behind me. Not sure why they tell me climb, but he's behind me. Now, if you want, 11,000 and above. He's actually behind me. So let me go back. Here we go. Look at all this traffic. And there he is. That's the one that they're talking about, the giant, the 767. He's going, is it going to Hong Kong? He's going to Hong Kong. Yeah, it's going to Hong Kong. Going all the way to Hong Kong, man. Alright, so let me take out some of the stuff here, so at least I free up a little bit of a few things. So we don't have any issues on the landing section of things. Alright. There we go. And I'll try my best not to move around too much as well, because I don't want any problems as well. So hopefully all goes well. We have 5 votes so far. Let me see, 5 votes. And this aircraft is still on my tail. And like I say, runway 08. Alright. Just making sure. We go, let's just double check. Departures, making sure. Right, runway 08, right. Good. The traffic is still following me, not sure, but we're on the transition, so he's here on the transition. What I'm gonna do is I'm probably just gonna direct to over here, try to get him off my wing a little bit. Probably I can't even go into Dona. There we go. Because apparently it does say that he's 400 feet above me. So probably he's following me. Well, no, he's following me. I'm following him. Because he's the one that's the real world traffic. I'm not the real world traffic here. Let's go back outside. Yep. So traffic all around, man. Nice. Good to see traffic all around, man. Jesus. Good to see, good to see. Really good to see. Not 9,005. Let's go down. Okay, so we're 9,000. So let's put the landing lights on. Alright. Just making sure we have to do the checklist and everything as well. I already did the descent pressurization. All the brakes, we already put it on level 2. We already did the landing data as a VREF minimum. And we have altimeter 2967. 2987, sorry. Okay. 2987. So, yeah, man. Guys, this is going to be epic. Hopefully, you guys going to enjoy this. 60% says VATSIM. 40% says live traffic. I guess because of the fact that live traffic, yes, it is good, but you don't have ATC with live traffic. So, that's the only thing. But you get more traffic. So, it's either that. So it's really what you fancy. Yeah, it really is. What do you fancy? If you fancy more traffic or if you don't fancy more traffic. Yeah, that's what it is. At the end of the day. Alright, so we're going down to... Alright. Based on 8,000.
1,000 to go.
Do have to remember we have a London. Let's go all the way down to 6,000. All right. So I think I can be able to. I supposed to be able to see at least Manchester. Well, I'm saying Manchester, Miami. And guys, I think I did have. I also did mention to you guys I have VisualXp. So as you guys can see, I normally use layer 5. So when it's, you could see a little bit of the green and stuff like that. All right. So quite a lot of, they're supposed to have a lot of traffic around. You might not see yet, but it will be coming on. All right, so let me pull out the plugin as well, so at least we can see. So at least you see this is at least showing all the traffic. So hopefully when we come in, and I mean I could show like if I show on the screen, this is the traffic, for example. Look at all the traffic here. All right, so you guys can see all of that here. All right. Yeah, so you guys can see all of this traffic here. All of this traffic, especially into Miami. So let's just zoom in a little bit on Miami here. So look at the amount of traffic. So there is traffic all around. Jeez, quite a lot. And they're going into runway 08. As you can see, they go all lining up for runway 08. And I'm pretty sure the Delta probably definitely arrived already. So he's not gonna, I doubt he's gonna be coming in to land. He's probably landed already. The Delta. Yeah, definitely so many aircrafts around here. Alright, so you guys can see all of that live traffic, man. Alright, so let me take out all of this stuff so we can focus on this arrival. We're at 6,000, 5,000. Let's continue on the heading there. We're going to go all the way down 2,000 feet. Should I show you guys outside traffic as well? I probably think that you guys probably waiting on the arrival section. That's what I think you guys waiting for. What is the arrival gate that they go at? The Delta. The Delta. Oh, he said landed 14 minutes ago. Yeah, so he just landed 14 minutes ago, and he going to a Hotel 7. All right, so let's go change level change. Okay, so look at all of these aircrafts here, man. Jeez. So I'll go outside and let's see if we get some traffic. All right, good. We have some traffic here. Some traffic. They did say it's missed, so it's only 6,000 traffic. Cessna, they have Cessna moving around. Nice, nice, absolutely wonderful. Coming in, man, coming in shortly, not too long again. I think I'm pretty sure everybody will want to be waiting for this arrival as well. Oh, they're probably just waiting to see what I do. They say doing localizer. Yeah, we are gonna capture the localizer, but I have to make sure that I put the localizer stuff on as well, which is 110.3. 110.3. All right, so we put it down here. We swap. All right, put 110.3. 0. Swap the ILS. All right, so you can see 110.3 and it's 92. So at this point in time, I can actually just turn right. There we go. So we intercept, because there is traffic, so I'm trying to go behind this traffic. So actually, let me just follow this traffic here, because I want to be behind that traffic. I don't want to, because they're actually coming on the arrival there. So we're gonna try to keep, So I'm descending. I descended down to 2,000 feet. I'm gonna slow down to speed 220 knots, just because they have traffic. Whew. Yeah, man, it's getting serious. 110.3 and 92. All right, here we go. 92. So here we go. All right. So I think the traffic is over there, and I am gonna continue my turn shortly, just so I can keep the spaces, Good to see, good to see. They kind of bouncing around there. Alright, so let me give you guys a wing view here. Nice. I will take myself off so we can focus on the landing when I come in close. Nice. But thanks today for all of you guys who actually supported the channel, man. I really appreciate it. All of you actually like came on and like really supported the channel there. There we go. Ooh. It's nice. Wonderful. Okay, I think so. We are gonna turn as well. There we go. Let's go. Okay. We are gonna intercept the localizer. Let's get to Copra, or what do they call it? Copra. There we go. And put LNAV. Nice. Alright, and let me make a PA announcement. Just let them know. Where is the PA? Alright, PA stuff. Cabin crew sits for arrival. There we go. Why does it seem like the sounds of this? Alright, let me bring this back up a bit. Interior. There we go. Nice. There we go. So let me take myself off here, man. Alright. So let's focus on this arrival there. Alright, everybody. Wish me luck. Let's get the localizer on. So localizer is captured. As you can see, localizer is captured. We are pretty far out anyway. There is an aircraft. Seems like he's alright, so he's trying to line up itself here for the runway. That's good. And if we go see 3000, so the next one is 3000, and from 3000 above it's gonna go down to lawn from 15. Alright, so yeah, give me a second. Alright. So I'm going to put the approach. I'm going to try and get the show on the road. Flaps 5. Yeah, and we know the rain and everything, so it's going to be a lot going on, man. Jesus. I want to see what you guys be saying. What are you guys going to say about that, man? Yeah. Alright, so we're on the glide slope, get on. Alright, so we're gonna go to 160. We're gonna make sure our speed is 144. There we go. Let's get to flaps 20. Flaps 15. 144. 144. Alright. Flaps 20, like I say, flaps 20. Yes, it's gonna be a lot. Ooh, looks nice, eh? Jesus. My frames are literally gone. My frames have gone low all of a sudden. See, that's why that's probably a good thing I didn't actually put it VATSIM, because else it'll have been literally coming out anyway. So we get flaps full. Alright. Like I say, I don't have my full controls today. But Jesus. This is gonna be very interesting. Alright. Okay, it's down. Okay, only thing is I've got to put this on arm. Alright, so we have the landing checklist. Okay, landing checklist. Engine continuous. Okay, gear is down. Flaps is out full. Okay, so landing checklist is complete. So we can probably disconnect. Let's disconnect. No traffic inside at the moment, and also I'm gonna disconnect throttles as well. So my aircraft, ooh, a lot going on, man. Jesus. So let's go down a little bit, not much, but just a little bit. Oh, control, because the winds, ooh. We're gonna ride a bull today. Come on, down a bit. Like floating, man. Alright, so our runway's in sight. There we go. It's always good to use your trims as well. Alright. So, yeah. Alright, let's look. Let's hope this arrival goes well, man. Let's really hope this arrival goes well.
400.
Ooh. I haven't checked. I was floating there for a little bit.
300.
There you go.
200.
Alright.
100.
There you go. Easy now.
30.
Easy now.
20.
There you go.
10.
There you go. Good landing. Good landing. Minus. Alright. Make sure the reverse. Come on. Ugh. Come on, control. Jeez.
80 knots.
Let's keep it on idle. On idle anyway. All right. It was a bit windy there, honestly. Yeah, but we've arrived. Yeah. All right. Good. It was a very good arrival, man. There you go. Get this down. Flaps coming up. Here we go. All right. Perfect. We get the outside sound. Let's get the exterior sounds here. All good. All good. All good, man. Alright, so let's get everything off and running there. Let's get back the APU. Landing lights can come off. Alright, so we're back up and running, guys. Ooh, we're on the ground again, man. It feels good to be back. Yeah, we're at Miami, man. Alright, landing lights coming off. And I suspect I'll have to put my sunglasses on. I'll probably have to put the sunglasses on. Let me see, view. Very good, sunglasses. I get sunglasses on now. Nice. And we're going down on Delta here. Alright. And the real world one actually went to Delta, to hotel. Just because of the interest of time, and I'm very, very late. I was like, you know what? I don't think I'll actually do the, go to the actual gate. So we're probably just gonna take one of the gates here. And then I'll show you guys the traffic around, because the main focus is the traffic as well. Alright, so you can put this off as well. Alright, here we go. There we go. And we'll take this one over here. So you guys can see I put down the settings quite a lot, eh? So we did the landing stuff here. Or the landing, the shutdown after when we arrive. Let's just go to Delta 3. Okay, so we do have, as you guys can see, we do have stuff here. The people here, the marshals. Put all of these off. We no longer need that. And generally, alright, put all of this. So the marshal director said, let's put this down. There we go. And you guys can see the marshal giving me the instructions there. Alright. Good old marshal. Good on you, marshal. And let's keep going, keep going. Yeah, my settings, not the settings, at the internet. Once the internet is lags a bit, man, it takes up a lot of resource. Literally takes up a lot of resource. Alright, here we go. And we've made it, man. We've absolutely made it. Okay, first thing first. Parking brakes on. APU coming on. It's been about so far at least a minute. Here we go. And at this point in time, make sure none of the lights, we don't blind any of them. And we can put this off. Cut off. Man, it's been a good flight. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah. Yep. It's been a lot going on. And I would put the anti-collision lights off. Alright. And then, yeah. So now you can see, like I said, I put the settings on a lot because of I've got so many things running as well. Fuel pumps, 1, 2, 3, off. There we go. What else? I can take out the wing stuff here. Okay, actually don't need any of these. And let's take out the electrics here as well, man. And I think at this point in time, as long as it, generally I think the N1, if I remember, or the N2, I think once it says like reaches about 25%, then you can release passengers. I mean, obviously it's gonna be company, based on company and stuff. So you take out the probes, which I could have actually done once I reach on the ground because it's pretty warm here. And that's about that. So I can actually basically just open the doors. Or we should probably just do the checklist if we want to do the checklist. But generally, like I said, it's just to show the aircraft. So let me just show you guys. Let me just open the ground. Sorry, not open the ground. Open the entry there. Cargo. Here we go. And I think that's about it. So you can keep the chocks in, or chocks is in play. And generally you put the thing off. But yeah, here you go. Absolutely wonderful, man. We have the NKS, and let's see if we see the Delta, if he's still on, if he's still squawking, if he's there on the airport. Generally this would only show the aircraft that are actually on the airport, but I've noticed online it doesn't actually show on the website. It doesn't actually show like traffic at Miami Airport itself. Like literally, to only show the aircrafts are coming in and out. So if I show you guys up here, let me just take out the overlay and stuff. All right, you guys gonna see that it doesn't really show it. All right, for example, if I open this, all right, so you guys gonna see here, it's only traffic that's actually literally Miami doesn't like. It's not. There's no reporting traffic on the ground. So you're gonna see any aircraft apart from those that's coming in and land. So for example, this one just coming and land. That's why there's no traffic here, because of just how it is. So no reporting traffic on the ground, only those around. Nice. So it's so nice. And I mean, if you zoom in, then you're gonna see even more traffic. Yeah, even more traffic based on the distance. So look at these, 767, B7, the Max. And here's another American coming into land. And there's another American, the Max. The American again. So obviously this has the thing. So he's just stopped there because once they land, it becomes based on the airport and all that kind of configuration. So it's just gonna show like that, but he's basically taxiing, but it's gonna move because I guess the ADSB and stuff like that. Anyways, we're not gonna talk much about this, but that's just to show you guys a lot of the aircrafts, man. Not much else to show you guys here other than what you guys seen here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Oh, we had 5 votes today, so at least 60% says Flightsim, 40% says live traffic. So yeah, the pool is closed, and thanks to all of you guys for actually supporting. Those of you who actually came on, yeah man, really appreciate it, especially with Ashton and them as well. Global Alliance, so guys, like I say, Piatim Piako and them, you know, thankful for all of them for at least being giving me the opportunity and stuff like that. I am appreciative of all of you, you know, and that kind of stuff. All those on Discord. I'm gonna be logging off here, so guys, that's the end of that, and I appreciate everybody. Like I said, guys, I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. Look out for that, which I'm not sure when it's gonna be because I might be taking a few days off from all of this stuff. Yeah, yeah, probably might be back probably, I don't know, Thursday, probably 4 days time or so. So I'll be a bit busy, unfortunately, but that's how it is. So yeah, I should have probably done the walk around, but I already showed a little bit about that. And as you guys can see, the traffic, the live traffic, it is really nice to see live traffic. But the only thing, like I said, is there's no ATC, unless if you're using one of these live ATC. But it's nice to see live traffic. So if I wanted, I could have put this on VATSIM and use VATSIM and also use this traffic. Yeah, so you can get VATSIM ATC and also as well as live traffic. So you could do that. Obviously you just be smashing into some of this live traffic, but not like they know you there or you exist. Yeah, also I want to shout out to that YouTuber for actually giving me the fix to be able to know how to keep my sim smooth. And even like, you know, this little tweak that actually came out just a few days ago, and you know, at least I find I'm able to get at least 10 more frames, which is really good. You know, I wasn't able to do 2 streams and all this kind of stuff and get all of these things running, just OBS and all these things, but look, now I actually able to. So thankful yet again. So yeah, that's gonna be the end of that, guys. Yeah, so we'll see you guys on the next one, like I said. Appreciate it, guys, and see you. And yeah, good night, guys, everybody. Bye bye.